The following is a special live presentation of Empire Sports Network. The pursuit of the playoffs continues as the Buffalo Sabres host the Los Angeles Kings here at Memorial Auditorium tonight. Good evening and welcome to Chevy Sabres game night from the Odd in downtown Buffalo, where tonight the Buffalo Sabres take on the LA Kings. Happy Valentine's Day to you and to the ones you love. Well, the LA Kings coming in with a record overall of 18, 27, and 12, and they'll be without the great one. Yes, Wayne Gretzky injuring his right hip last night against the Detroit Red Wings. All of this amid rumors that within the next coming days, that much talked about trade will transpire with the New York Rangers. We'll have more on that and those rumors coming up in a Sabres NHL update with Brian Blessing from our Empire Studios later on during Chevy Sabres game night. Well, this Kings team has won only 2 games in the last 16. Kelly Rudy will get the starting goal tonight against the Sabres. For the Sabres, they are on a roll. They are unbeaten in their last 3, coming in 22, 28, and 4. Dominic Hasek will get the start in goal tonight for the Sabres. Last Saturday night, primetime action up at Maple Leaf Gardens for the Buffalo Sabres. The matchup everyone had been waiting for, Rob Ray and Ty Domi for the heavyweight championship of the world. Both players landing some quality shots early on. These two know each other very well. This isn't the first time they've gone head-to-head. Rob Ray landed a few rights there over the top, trying to pull the lid off of Ty Domi. He might have it super glued onto his melon. A little later on, still in the first period, they go at it once again. Round number 2 will give the decision here to Rob Ray. Certainly no love lost between these two guys. Oh, yeah. As far as the scoring goes now, Leafs get on the board first. Todd Warner finds a diving Darby Hendrickson in front of the net. Leafs up 1-0. Then in the second, right off the opening faceoff, Kirk Muller, what's he doing? Matt Barnaby, they square off. Muller ending up with a black eye for his efforts. Barnaby came away with a clear winner in this one. Kirk, you're supposed to score goals. Still not done. Watch Brad May go after Ken Baumgartner. Oh, turn out the lights. Oh, hello, goodbye. Sabres all over the Leafs on this night. We move to the third. Leafs up 2-0, but that's when Derek Flint beats Felix the Cat Potvin. Sabres cut the lead in half 2-1 with 10 minutes left to go in the game. Time running out. Sabres pressing. Puck comes out in front for Jason Daw, who bangs it home. Sabres come back to tie it up. A gutsy performance all around. 2-2 the final. Dominic Hasek, 39 saves for the game's #1 star. Sabres out shooting Toronto 42-41 for the Kings last night at Joe Louis Arena. Wow, they got rocked. Detroit 9, LA 4. Sunday afternoon at the Odd, the Sabres held their annual carnival as fans of all ages had a chance to come down to the Odd, see their favorite players. Rob Ray was signing autographs in the penalty box. Dominic Hasek, well, he was busy as fans were lining up to get their picture taken with him and that Vezina trophy. And the captain, Pat LaFontaine, was up in the Odd Club, posing for pictures in front of his Masterton trophy, which he won last year for perseverance and dedication. Thousands of people braved the snowy weather to help support Children's Hospital and the Sabres Foundation. Some of them took their best shot at trying to dunk Brad May in the dunk tank. Some were successful. All the players having a great time. The Hockey Hall of Fame had some jerseys and artifacts on display, a chance for some of the fans to take in some of hockey history. And speaking of history, how about this? The Stanley Cup making an appearance. John Muckler and Charlie Huddy also in attendance. Fans also had an opportunity to walk through the Sabres dressing room, see where their favorite players dress. And last but not least, even Sabertooth got into the act. Fun was had by all. The Sabres hope to have some fun trying to extend their 3-game unbeaten streak against the LA Kings without the great one, Wayne Gretzky. For more on the matchup tonight, let's head upstairs now to our broadcast team of Rick Jennerette and Jim Lorenz.
Thank you, Barry. The last time we talked to you folks before a home game, it was all on a down note as far as Buffalo is concerned. On that night, they came up with a victory against Boston, and they've been on the right side ever since.
Boy, it was sort of fun, wasn't it, watching those highlights from the Leaf game. Well, it was just a terrific hockey game, Maple Leaf Gardens on Saturday night. But certainly the Sabres deserve what they've worked for in the last 3 games. Perseverance, hard work, and they're playing with desperation. And when you have all those 3 ingredients, good things happen.
And through the down times for Buffalo, Dominik Hasek struggled a bit. Boy, he has not been struggling the last 3 games.
Well, we have said on many occasions when Dominik Hasek is ordinary, the Sabres are in trouble. But the last couple of games that he has played, he has been extraordinary. Just a tremendous game against Toronto. And in that 3rd period, I got the feeling that no matter what the Leafs shot at him, he was going to stop. He's just on the top of his game right now.
As 99 goes, so go the Kings, usually, but 99 is not going to go tonight. He's injured, so what happens now?
It was a shocker. He wasn't here this morning for the pregame skate. There was no indication that he was injured, but they claim that Wayne has a hip pointer, which he suffered last night in Detroit. Of course, all kinds of rumors swirling around, too. Everyone's speculating, well, he's not playing because the trade has already been made. There's a couple of New York papers here tonight, which is rather unusual. And as you mentioned, they have it all over one of the New York stations and a station in Las Vegas that the deal with the Rangers is done. And we might as well spread the rumor right here on the air. They've got Gretzky going to New York for Ray Ferraro, Luc Robitaille, a first-round pick, and $2 million.
Well, when Roger Miller penned and sang King of the Road, I don't think he was thinking about these Kings. Huh?
He certainly wasn't, not this year anyway. Look at that for Los Angeles, just 5 victories on the road this season, 2 victories in the last 16 games. And how about that last stat? They've been outscored by 55-31 in the last 11 games.
So they'll get a chance to meet the Buffalo Sabres tonight. Now we'll take you right back down and rejoin Barry Butel.
Thank you, guys. 2 of the big heavyweights in the NHL. Well, Rob Raisey still got it after going with it with Ty Domi, 137 penalty minutes. Well, Marty McSorley with 114. Plenty of fans in attendance here. Some for the LA Kings. Well, they'll be in attendance here, and they won't see the great one, Wayne Gretzky. Stay with us. Ted Nolan's coming up next here on Chevy Sabres Game Night on Empire.
Person needs to send resume to New York. Wants to make a big impression. Goes to post office. Finds out priority mail is a smart solution. Resume gets noticed. Person gets job. Now, if you can only get a can. Team needs new jerseys. Person has to deliver them overnight. Goes to post office. Finds express mail is a smart solution. Guarantees delivery. Jerseys arrive on time. Person avoids getting sacked.
Suffering from football withdrawal? Wondering what to do Sunday afternoon? How about going down to the Aud to see your Blizzard team clip the Wichita Wings? Hot Blizzard soccer action Sunday afternoon at 2. Anything else that's exciting for $10 would be illegal.
Blizzard hot, so we'll keep on top of the action. Don't let it kick it round, kick now.
Just over 25 minutes until face-off time here at the Aud in Buffalo. It's the Sabres against the LA Kings. Well, earlier today I spoke with Ted Nolan, the head coach of the Buffalo Sabres, about this unbeaten string that has reached 3 games. Well, I talked to him in the coach's corner. You guys unbeaten in your last 3, and the big turnaround, I guess, goes back to the big overtime victory against Boston.
Yeah, that was a big momentum changer right there. Game previous that against Tampa Bay Lightning, there was just no life in the game. The spirits were down, and all of a sudden we regrouped, had a great game against Boston Bruins, a good morale booster, and just kind of carried over the last couple of games, and hopefully we can continue that play here against LA.
5 of the next 6 games here at the Aud, and the majority of the games after that are on the road. Have you been emphasizing the fact that this is a time to really make hay and get back into the playoff hunt?
Well, with our hockey club, we don't want to try to look too far in advance. You know, we're 8 points back up a playoff spot almost a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Now we're 4 points back, and I think in order to get back up into the standings, you really got to. The old cliche right now is really true. We just got to go one game at a time, take care of business, and hopefully the other teams will lose a game here or there, and we win a game here and there. All of a sudden, those 4 points become nothing. Then you try to climb in that final playoff spot.
I know the last 3 games have been really tight, 2-1, 2-1, and a 2-2 tie against Toronto. But defensively, you're also shutting opponents down.
Well, you know, that's our big concern. You know, we really want to, you know, keep the goals against us to a minimum, because we know we're not a high-scoring team. We're not going to score 5 or 6 goals a game. We're going to score 2 or 3, and hopefully we can limit the other team to 1 or 2 goals.
Hanson brothers are here, always fan favorites, but you played with them. A lot of tricks, maybe the foil, or what'd they tell you about?
Well, you know, Dave Hanson was our captain in Glens Falls, New York, when we won the Calder Cup one year, and he was a great competitor, and he was an above-average hockey player too, and he was a treat to play with, and watching what he does there, and Steve Carlson's one of the other guys on the with the threesome. I played with him in Baltimore, so to see those guys doing what they're doing, promoting the game, and having some fun with it, and it's good to see.
Thanks, Ted. Have some fun tonight.
Thanks, Bear.
Thanks to Ted Nolan. Now let's check his line combinations for tonight's game against Los Angeles. Nothing has changed in regards to the line combinations for the Sabres. LaFontaine with Brad May and Jason Daw. Derek Plant. Boys, he got a streak going for the Sabres. 4 consecutive games with goals. Randy Burridge and Matthew Barnaby. Mike Penka, Yuri Himalev, and Scott Pearson. And that 4th line will see Dave Hannon, along with Brent Hughes and Rob Ray. Chevy Sabres game night continues. Up next, we'll chat with Larry Robinson, the head coach of the Los Angeles Kings. It's the Kings and the Sabres here on Empire.
All you have to do is get up and get out and do it. Of course, where there's a will, there's a way. And the will is yours because you are your own best friend. Success starts with a smile. Are you smiling? You're not only smart, you're the handsomest thing we've ever seen, and you are equipped to win.
NYMEX. More information, more solutions, more stuff.
If you love cars and love reading about them, now there's a magazine that blows the doors off anything you've seen before. Automobile Magazine, the one that turns the volume up on your driving experience. Every issue takes you beyond the typical road test to put you behind the wheel. Feel the power of the Porsche 911 Turbo. Experience the performance of the Ferrari 456 GT. Call now to get Automobile Magazine for just $1 an issue, the lowest price ever offered on TV, and stay on top of the scoops, the specs, and the insider insights. From the genius behind the concept cars of the future to the best drives for under $25,000 today. Call for 12 monthly issues at only $1 an issue and save 66% off the cover price. Plus, get this high-intensity car light and emergency flasher as a free bonus. Call this toll-free number now and get into Automobile Magazine today.
Welcome back to Chevy Sabres game night from the On in downtown Buffalo, where tonight the Buffalo Sabres take on the LA Kings. We are joined by the head coach of the Los Angeles Kings, Larry Robinson. Larry, a tough game last night in Detroit against a very powerful Red Wing squad.
Yeah, I thought we played a very, very good game for about the first half of the game, and then we got a little bit away from our game plan, and you can't get into a run-and-gun game with Detroit. I think they have, you know, too many weapons to really go against, and we have to kind of get back to basics right now. Nothing seems to be working for us, and as soon as we get away from it, we're out of the game. And they scored three really quick goals, and then you know, we're just trying to, you know, to plug the dike.
Besides the recent struggles by your squad, you're still within a shooting distance of that playoff position.
Oh yeah, as poorly as we've played and as unsuccessful as we've been on the road, we're still in the hunt, and that's the way that we have to look at this. You know, we're definitely right there. We just have to put, you know, 3 or 4, you know, games, winning games in a row, and then who knows what'll happen.
Missing Rob Blake for all of the season, now Tony Granato, how big of an impact are those powerful players?
Well, it goes without saying, since Rob, you know, missed Rob, the team really hasn't, you know, been the same. We've been trying to plug holes, and you know, you can bandage up injuries, but you know, you can never fill a place for your top defenseman. But excuses are, you know, are easy to come by, and the thing is that this is an opportunity for some of the other young kids that maybe mightn't have had a chance to get in there and prove that they belong. And so now they've got to take this opportunity and work hard and show that they belong in the organization.
One move was made by Mr. McMaster in regards to Kevin Stevens coming over for Rick Tocchet. Kevin Stevens, a power forward. How does he fit into your plans?
Well, I think it's a great move for us in that, you know, so far Rick has been hurt a lot, and you know, there's always that, you know, that doubt in your mind whether or not he's going to be able to play for the whole season. And with Kevin, we get one of the premier forwards in the league, who's a big, strong guy, goes to net well, and has scored a lot of goals in the past. And right now, we're just trying to work him into the system. He hasn't only had maybe 2 or 3 practices with us, but we're very happy with the acquisition.
I'm sure I'm joining a long list of media representatives asking this question about the distractions surrounding Wayne Gretzky and trade rumors. What toll has it taken on your squad?
Well, I don't know. I mean, when you're losing, you can make up a lot of excuses, and but I think right now there are no excuses. It certainly is a distraction, and but being a professional athlete anywhere is a distraction. There's always rumors that abound, and especially trade talks at this time of the year with the trading deadline coming up. So, you know, you got to learn to live with those things, and you got to be able to perform under all sorts of conditions, and this is just another one. And we can't look at any excuses right now. The only thing that we have to do is look in the mirror.
My thanks to Hall of Famer Larry Robinson for joining us. Let's now take a look at Larry Robinson's line combinations against the Sabres tonight. Dmitry Kristich on the left side, 46 points, second only to the great one Wayne Gretzky, leading the team with 19 goals. Yannick Perreault, Vitaly Yakhmenev on the first line. The second line will see Kevin Stevens, also Kevin Todd and Yuri Curry. Third line, Steve LaRouche, along with Eric Lacroix and Gary Suchuk. And the fourth line, Robert Long, centering Barry Potomsky and John Bruce. Some of the Kings earlier today spoke about the Gretzky trade rumors, and that is one distraction they do not need right now.
We haven't played as well of late as certainly we'd like. We felt we've lost games that we should have won. You know, we can listen to a lot of rumors and read a lot of the papers and everything, but it doesn't change the fact that we have to put our gear on and play hard every night. First and foremost, the guys love to play, and we're loyal to the 20 guys in the dressing room to a man. You know, Wayne all the way down, and it's a little tough right now. You know, there's a lot of things going on swirling around the hockey team, but I think it's because the team's getting back on its feet after the last 3 years with the financial situation that the team has gone through, the bankruptcy with the past ownership, and then Mr. McNall before that with his financial troubles. So we're getting back on our feet. I think that it's going to take a little bit of time. There's a little bit of airing out.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me, but it's probably in the back of everybody's mind. You know, it's there all the time. We read about it every day in the paper. So I don't know what's going to happen. I guess we'll see the next couple of weeks. Hopefully he's going to stay with us, but I got no power on that.
No, I don't think this team definitely is not being torn apart. I think that people are reading into it too much, that, you know, we as 20 guys are trying as hard as we can. Yes, there are mistakes that are being made. We've got some young guys, we even have some older guys making mistakes when things aren't going as well as you'd like them to, and right now we're in a bit of a slump, as to say, that you start second-guessing yourself, maybe you start second-guessing your teammate a little bit in different things. We've got a good group of guys. We've got some very, very young, talented hockey players. I know at our old players, you know, Yari Curry, Wayne Gretzky, Kelly Rudy, look around the dressing room like that, and there's quality people. And we're trying to make it easier for the young guys, but at the same time lead them and win hockey games. And that's our job right now. That's where our loyalties lie here in Los Angeles, and we're more than capable.
Coming up, we'll give you a complete update on the goings-on at the new Marine Midland Arena. The fans are pouring out to see if the Sabres can extend their unbeaten string to 4 games. It's the Sabres and the Kings. Stay with us. Chevy Sabres Game Night continues.
What is the driver control system on the Chevy Blazer? It's a lot of techno-speak about things like drop-link stabilizer bars that reduce body lean when cornering, and variable ratio power steering that help Blazer track straight even in the face of potholes, urethane rear... Well, you get the idea. It's all designed to put you in control under any condition. Granted, it's pretty complex, but that's probably why it's only available on a Chevy Blazer. And it's available only at your local Chevrolet Geo dealer.
Living hot, so keep on top of the action. Kick it around.
Suffering from football withdrawal, wondering what to do Sunday afternoon? How about going down to the Aud to see your Blizzard team clip the Wichita Wings? Hot Blizzard soccer action Sunday afternoon at 2. Anything else that's exciting for $10 would be illegal.
Living hot, so keep on top of the action. Kick it around, kick now.
Welcome back to the Aud in downtown Buffalo. Chevy Sabres game night continues where the Kings battle the Sabres. Well, 31 weeks and counting until the opening of the new Marine Midland Arena here in downtown Buffalo. In the coming games throughout the rest of the season, we're going to keep you updated on the progress of the new arena here in downtown Buffalo. And tonight, we're going to tell you all about the brand new club seats. Here's Jennifer Smith.
Jennifer Smith here with the Marine Midland Arena update. You know, one of the many attributes of the Marine Midland Arena is the level and the quality of service that fans will experience throughout the entire building. Now, if you're looking for a little extra special service, you need look no further than the club seats. And in tonight's Marine Midland Arena update, we're going to show you what the club seat experience is all about as we take you on a tour of both club levels. Follow me. Now, the club experience on the 200 level starts in your reserved parking space located in the yet-to-be-built parking garage, which will lead you to this enclosed covered walkway, which, of course, is not enclosed yet. It's really cold out here. You then walk up to this door, which leads you to the private club concourse. Follow me. Well, this is the private concourse for the 200 club level, which wraps all the way around the entire arena. And one of the great things about this concourse is that it opens up so you can see all the action. Take a look at this. Down below is the 100 level, and over here is the pavilion. Now, as you can see, there's a temporary wall up in the pavilion, and once that wall comes down, it'll really create a sense of airiness, and you'll be amazed at the wide open spaces that you'll be able to see from this level. Now, if you follow the concourse around this way, it'll lead you to the Harbor Club. But you know, no matter where your seat's located on the 200 level, this private concourse will get you right to it. Aside from all the amenities that come with being a club seat holder, the most important thing is the seat itself and the location of the seat. Now, the seats are located in wider aisles. They're wider seats with padding and come with cup holders, and they are located in outstanding locations for watching hockey. Take a look at the view from the 200 level. Now, for those of you who want to be close to the action, the 100 level club seats is where you'll want to be. Your seat will put you close enough to feel those bone-crunching hits. And you know what else? You won't ever have to experience this again.
Top shelf where Mama hides the cookies!
Now, how many times have you missed a great goal like that because you were having a snack attack? Well, you'll never have to experience that again because club seat holders on both levels will receive in-seat waiter and waitress service. Pretty cool, huh? Now, one of the focal points of the Marine Midland Arena is the Harbor Club, which is exclusively available to club seat members and suite holders. Let's take a look. The Harbor Club features 2 levels. You and your guests can enjoy dinner or cocktails with a spectacular waterfront view on the lower level. And on the upper level, you can enjoy a bite to eat while still seeing all the action on the ice as it opens up right into the arena bowl. Well, as you can see, the club seat program in the Marine Midland Arena offers a very unique entertainment experience unlike anything this region has ever seen before. Well, that's going to wrap up this Marine Midland Arena update. We'll see you next time.
Remember to stay with us. During the first period intermission, Danny Gare will give you a complete overview on the progress of the new Marine Midland Arena. Well, it is a special day. Couples everywhere celebrating Valentine's Day. And hey, hockey players are no different. Let's check in on this special Valentine message from Derek Plant and his girlfriend Shannon in this Chevy Detour.
first met, we went to the same college together. And
Romance must be working for Derek Plant. 5-game point scoring streak. Stay with us. Sabres NHL update from Brian Blessed coming up from our Empire Studios here on the Empire Sports Network.
At Citgo, our super premium gasoline will give you the high performance you demand. So prepare yourself to be totally blown away. Super premium performance. Citgo says go.
Person needs to send resume to New York. Wants to make a big impression. Goes to post office. Finds out priority mail is a smart solution. Resume gets noticed. Person gets job. Now, if you can only get a cab. Team needs new jerseys. Person has to deliver them overnight. Goes to post office. Finds express mail is a smart solution. Guarantees delivery. Jerseys arrive on time. Person avoids getting sacked.
Hi everybody, Brian Blessing with the Sabres NHL update. Wayne Gretzky not in the lineup for the Kings tonight, and that has certainly fueled speculation that the great one will indeed be traded shortly. And the team now that is taking all that interest, the New York Rangers. Sports Fan Radio in Las Vegas is saying a deal will be done by the end of the week, sending Luc Robitaille and Ray Ferraro from New York to L.A. And News Sport TV in New York is saying that in addition to Robitaille and Ferraro, the Kings will also receive a 1996 first-round draft pick and $2 million. You see Gretzky's numbers through 16 NHL seasons, the assists and goals, both NHL records. Now, other news around the league, Bob Probert of the Chicago Blackhawks has been fined $1,000 and suspended for 1 game without pay for this elbow on Tony Twist. Came in the game last Thursday. These two had gone at it, a couple of pretty good brawls early on, and Probert got the last laugh, but now the league gets the last laugh. Probert paying the $1,000 fine, the maximum under the league's collective bargaining agreement. 4 other games in the league tonight. Second and third place teams in the Atlantic go head-to-head this evening. Florida, what a great season, 33-15-7 so far. And the Flyers playing quite well with Eric Lindros leading the way. Boston at Hartford. This is a game the Sabres certainly will be keeping their eye on. The two teams directly ahead of them in the standings. Bruins have suffered 3 straight losses, while Hartford has really turned it around. They are on a season-best winning streak of 5 games. San Jose will be at Toronto. Sharks are all but out of the playoff race, but they're playing better in their last 6. They've gone 3-2-1. Leafs have turned it around a bit. They're 2-1-1 in their last 4 after a 9-game winless streak. And Anaheim will be at Edmonton. The Oilers have won all 3 meetings between these two clubs this year. Coming up next, the LA Kings visit the Odd for the last time, next on Empire.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of Inside the Game here on Empire Sports Network.
At Citgo, our super premium gasoline will give you the high performance you demand. So prepare yourself to be totally blown away. Super premium performance. Citgo says go.
All right, boys, come on, let's get it up here. Come on. Come on, guys, gotta get going here. How are you doing? Charlie, hair looks good, Charlie. Barnaby, May, Ray, get up here.
Come on, let's go, come on.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
Come on, all right, come on out.
All right, listen.
Hey, face the board, guys. You can't see what I'm
LA Kings, tough club. They're struggling. Don't take them light. They have nothing to lose out here, boys. They're going to come out strong. First 10 minutes of the game, we got to attack them. First 10 minutes of the game.
First 10 minutes, go there, pump,
We can't wait for the third period.
We got to get out there right away.
They called us names.
They called us names. You got right to call us names.
Call us names.
Get back a little bit, all right? Back up. Back up. Forwards got to back check and help them out. Interfere, all right?
Huddy's got to get that new aerodynamic helmet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one that comes to the point.
Yeah.
I don't want a little check here. I want that guy in the stand. Fourth row up.
Here, wait a minute, Rob. Put those on.
Put the
Please,
on.
put it on.
There you go.
The way you've been doing it lately, you need all the help you can get, big guy. So get it on. Brad, show him how to do it, will you?
On that note, Coach Nolan, our line start.
Your line start.
All right, come on, let's get it. Come on.
Saturday night for Buffalo, a gutsy come from behind tie against the Leafs. Sabres unbeaten in 3. The gloves came off as Rob Ray and Ty Domi went at it not once, but twice. In L.A., things aren't so great for the great one. Gretzky is hurting, so are the Kings. Now Larry Robinson will need to find a little Hollywood magic if L.A. is to make a playoff run. Middle of February, and this is the first meeting of the year of 2 between the Los Angeles Kings and the Buffalo Sabres. It takes place at Memorial Auditorium. Hello, everybody. This is Rick Jenneret with Jim Lorenz, and Barry Butel will be along shortly. The 3 keys to tonight's game are brought to you by Key Bank, America's first choice.
And for the Buffalo Sabres, their transition game must be working tonight against Los Angeles. Our second key is for the Sabres to get the lead. And for the Los Angeles Kings, they must play better in the defensive zone.
And now let's take you downstairs and go to Barry Butel.
Thank you, Rick. Well, he is a scratch tonight, Wayne Gretzky, and he was held without a shot on goal last night. Also a -5 for the LA Kings at Detroit in their 9-4 loss. Wayne Gretzky says that for everyone, this trade rumor concerning him has taken its toll on the team. It's gotten to the point where it's better for everyone if something happens. Now back upstairs to Rick Jenneret.
Well, tonight at the auditorium, we're going to look at the Los Angeles Kings, who have not won a game since early November outside the state of California. Not only that, here come Ray, May, and Barnaby. Look at the outfits on them. I'm blowing them into the commissioner.
Walter, there's a spot over there. No, a park over there.
Preparing meals doesn't have to be a hassle. And neither does shopping. Like my cooking, shopping at Jubilee can be quick, easy, and value-packed. Jubilee is for working people who put in 8 to 10 hours a day and still have to go shopping and come home and prepare a meal. Let Jubilee take the hustle and bustle out of shopping. And hey, it might even be fun.
Walter, can't we get a little closer?
It's so good.
There's nothing like a Jimmy to help you stay on top of things. Get some peace of mind. Get a Jimmy. Now, second-time Jimmy lease buyers can enjoy the comfort of numbers like these. See your Empire State GMC dealer today.
It's kind of nice, the way life works. The more you put into it, the more you get out of it. That even applies to banking. Simply by meeting minimum balance requirements, you eliminate fees and get better rates. In short, the more you bank with Chase, the more you get for your money. That's better banking. Another way Chase makes your life experience a more profitable one. Call 1-800-CHASE. Chase Manhattan. Profit from the experience.
The biggest medical breakthrough of our time.
When injected, the brain experiences these new memory impulses as if they were its own.
May be the biggest scientific breakthrough of all time.
You created something incredible.
Now, join Dr. David Crane on a journey.
It was like a raw experience.
To a place he'll never forget.
Somebody help me!
Rated R. Starts Friday, February 23rd.
Hi, I'm Steve Hyder. And I'm Ted DeLuca. Join us Friday at 6:30 p.m. for Inside the Q's here on the Empire Sports Network.
Plenty going on in the winters in Syracuse. Syracuse basketball, the Orange Women, and the Syracuse Crunch. We'll keep you on top of what's going on in and around Central New York.
Yes, there's never a dull moment. Big East Conference basketball, Syracuse men and women, and Syracuse Crunch hockey. We've got you covered here on Inside the Q's, Fridays at 6:30 p.m. here on the Empire Sports Network.
Sabres hockey is brought to you in part by Bud Ice, the official beer sponsor of the NHL, by your local Chevy GM dealers, by the Pepsi-Cola bottlers of Western New York, and by Video Guide. That is the referee, Kerry Fraser. He is set to drop the puck at center ice. Kevin Collins without a helmet, as is Mr. Fraser, and Scott Driscoll, the linesman, as Marty McSorley picks up the puck at his own line and accepts a return pass. Here at the auditorium between the Kings and the Sabres, it's tapped down the ice. There'll be no icing. Ashik is out there to leave it to Shipnick. He bangs it around on the boards. Barnaby tried to pass, hit escape, deflects. Where'd it go? Out of play, obviously. Everybody looking for the puck, but it's not on the playing surface. Tonight's starting goaltenders brought to you by Continental Airlines. More airline for your money. Kelly Rudy got rocked for 9 goals last night in Detroit, but Larry Robinson has decided to put him in anyway. And of course, Dominic Hasek is coming up. A great performance against the Toronto Maple Leafs. There's Platt trying to get it back in his own end. Finally swung over to Zhipnik. Zhipnik will leave it back there. Sent by Muni up on the wing. Barnaby taps one into the corner. Burries hustles in there. Burries chopping it around behind the net. But it's recovered by Sidor, and then Sidor just steers it all the way down the ice wide of the net. And as Zhipnik, the former King, picks it up, that's an icing. Tonight's stretch is brought to you by Vicks Deep Discount and Pharmacy.
Well, significantly, of course, Wayne Gretzky reportedly suffering from a hip pointer. Rob Blake is trying to recover from a knee injury and surgery. And Tony Granato, one of the excellent forwards for the Kings, suffered a serious head injury. Ted Nolan told us this morning that Charlie Huddy would be scratched, but obviously that has changed. It is Huddy in the lineup, and Mark Astley is not playing tonight. Ted very pleased with the way his club has performed in recent days, particularly Pat LaFontaine, who's been playing some of his best hockey of the season.
And he's out there now between Dahl and May. Popped up in the air, recovered by the Kings, and Bruce will send it to center ice. Too far for Kristich. Tap back in the other direction. LaFontaine got it over the line and made it. Knocked away. LaFontaine kicking it in at the point. The long shot. That one is picked off by Rudy, and he took a quick look around and saw Brad May and said, I think we'll hold on to this for a face-off.
Well, Pat LaFontaine made a terrific play in Toronto on Saturday night to set up the tying goal by Jason Daw. LaFontaine was flying all evening. Look at that record, 40 goals in 6 straight years. And of course, Pat LaFontaine leading Buffalo in scoring this season. LaFontaine with 53 points, 22 goals, 31 assists.
LaFontaine tried to swing it back, but it's intercepted and taken away by Kristich. Flipped in over the Buffalo line. Deflected around behind the net. Wilson leaving it to May. May took a bump on the boards, but still has possession of the puck. Trying to muscle it out himself. Can't do it. It's kept in. Came and took a shot just wide of the net. As it was Yakmanov who let it go. Now sent to May at center. May looking for Daw. Skips in over the line. Back to May again. Jams it into the corner. LaFontaine chasing after it. LaFontaine had it on the boards and couldn't control it. Los Angeles making changes. So are the Sabres. Whipped ahead to Huddy. Worked it ahead. Daw took a bump along the board from Shewchuk. Sent back in the other direction to LaRouche. He tapped it wide of the net. Steered into Lacroix. Taken away by Wilson. Fed around on the boards, but it's kept in there. Jammed back in behind the net by Cowie. Here the Kings trying to run out in front. Oh, what a save by Hashik. And it's cleared out to center ice. Oh, my. Fired right back into the Buffalo end. Himmelab got in front of his check, and it's ripped off the boards. No icing. Rudy will play it back there for John Slaney. He cracks it around on the other side. Kings picking it up, can't get it out. Held in by Buffalo again. Pearson. Now Pekka taking a whack at it, but it's knocked off the linesman to center ice. Pekka chipped it right back in. Coming away, Cowie. Cowie floats a long pass ahead. Teams are trying to make more changes. In the corner, Galley swings behind the net. Tips it up on the wing. Recovered by Himmelab. Himmelab two-timed in behind the net. Now got it around to the boards. Set ahead and picked up by Pearson starting back. He just gives it away as he heads to the bench. Kings McSorley recovering. McSorley getting away from Hughes. Now ripping one in. Hashik holds it in behind the net. Hashik gets it back behind the net. Cannon swings it around to Ray. He's challenged by Sador. Picked in there by the Kings again. Potomski wheels it back for Bruce. The long shot. He gets it. And it ends up popping off into the corner. Now banged off the board for Hughes. Hughes with a pass that went behind Ray at center. Sador fires it in the other direction. Up for Bruce with a long shot. Hashik manages to knock that one down and send it all the way to center to Ray. Ray tried to tip it away. Curry broke it up. Recovered by Kevin Todd of Los Angeles to McSorley. He sends it back into the corner where Sador finally finds it. Curry to McSorley again. McSorley feels his way over the line, leaves it there, and now Hughes breaks it up and feeds it up ahead to Barnaby. Barnaby swings in over the line, drops it back, picked in there to shoot a shot. Just fired it wide. Held in by Buffalo's Muni. Tapping it back behind the net. Sador catching up with it in the corner. He gets squeezed out. Flint trying to pry it free. They jam in along the boards. Burridge as well. Burridge whacked at it again. Knocked free along the boards. Burridge picks it up to Plant. Cross ice pass to Barnaby. Barnaby's watched by McSorley. Runs into the referee. Tipped in behind the net. Here's Burridge. Oh, and he's hit from behind, and McSorley will get a penalty here. And the Kings Curry comes up with it, and the first power play will belong to Buffalo as Barnaby is chipping away at McSorley.
What is the driver control system on the Chevy Blazer? It's a lot of techno-speak about things like drop-link stabilizer bars that reduce body lean when cornering, and variable ratio power steering that help Blazer track straight even in the face of potholes. Urethane rear... well, you get the idea. It's all designed to put you in control under any condition. Granted, it's pretty complex, but that's probably why it's only available on a Chevy Blazer. And it's available only at your local Chevrolet Geo dealer.
Delicious, piping hot, freshly ground and brewed 7-Eleven coffee is now being served in this elegant, special edition NHL team mug. Buy the mug. Get the coffee. For a limited time at 7-Eleven.
Burridge is number 12 for the Buffalo Sabres from the right. Here comes Marty McSorley. This is checking from behind, cross-checking, whatever you'd like to call it. It's a penalty. 116 penalty minutes this year to lead his team.
It allows Buffalo the first power play of the game, 4 minutes into the first period. Shipnick works it down low. Shipnick spinning in the corner. Hanging on to the puck, now to LaFontaine to Shipnick again. Shipnick trying to pull away, sends it back to LaFontaine. Let his shot go, deflected off into the corner. And the Kings will get an opportunity to work it out. Finn takes advantage of that by sending the backhand down the ice. Galley rolling back after it. 30 seconds into the LA penalty. Up on the wing it comes to Shipnick. Shipnick gets to center, rips it in around behind the net. Free, and it's going to be broken up by Curry. Curry strides to center and then just eases it down the ice and heads off for a rest. Shipnick to pick it up again, watched by Long. Set ahead for LaFontaine, too far, but May will tap it in over the line. Finn squeezed out LaFontaine. Finn might have got away with a penalty there. Here's Shipnick keeping it in and sends it back into the corner again. In front, shot ripped wide by Burridge. Tapped around on the boards. Galley keeping it in, puts it into May. Got LaFontaine, Burridge, a shot right on rebound, and it's taken away by Long. Long starting the center ice now, drops it off to Brooks. Coming in over the line, took a shot, and Galley got in front of that. Galley comes up with a puck, but it's going to be a penalty against Buffalo with 44 seconds left in the LA penalty.
Now 2 minutes for holding the jersey. Referee Gary Fraser grabbed his jersey and pulled it and said, Alex Zipnik, that's what you did, and you're going to the penalty box. Now let's do Alex Zipnik, 2 minutes for holding, and so we'll play four aside with 44 seconds left in McSorley's penalty. And a face-off to the left of Dominic Hasek. I talked to Larry Robinson this morning for about 10 minutes, and you could just see and feel the agony. He is just agonizing over what has happened to his hockey club. And, of course, the situation with Wayne Gretzky is probably the most troublesome.
I'm sure it's weighing on his mind very much. No pun intended. On the wing, it comes down to Pekka swinging in over the line, trying to jam it through into Dahl. And Rudy will steer that one off to the side for Slaney. Slaney tips it ahead, and Slaney got rocked by Pekka. And over the line, Perreault leading it there. Drop pass to Stevens, trying to flip it in front. And it pops right over the glass and out of play.
Our spies tell us that Wayne Gretzky is in the building tonight. He has not returned to Los Angeles. He has not gone to New York or St. Louis or Toronto.
Just like Elvis,
he is here
in the building.
In this building somewhere, and we will find him before this game is over tonight.
Of
course, he
run, but you can't hide.
That's
99.
Right. We have spies at all exits and in the hallways and in the balconies.
I'll tell you, there are a lot of folks who are disappointed he's not playing tonight, and let me put myself right at the top of that list.
Now put me right next to your name.
I understand fully. Indeed, he can't play. Goodness knows, he's played with Hurts before. Long pass through the center ice now. LaFontaine took his shot in a very late whistle, and I mean big time late. LaFontaine had time to pick up the puck off the boards, wind up, and take the shot before the whistle went.
Now Kelly Rulli starting in goal tonight. He played last night in Detroit, was in for all 9 goals. And Kelly is really upset this season over his playing time with Los Angeles. Last season voted their most valuable player. And Kelly loves to mountain bike. Of course, there's a few mountains around Los Angeles.
LaFontaine tipping it back to Huddy. He leaves it in the corner for Wilson. Wilson drops it on. Recovered by LaFontaine. Now the Kings return to full strength. Buffalo short-handed. Wilson carries in over the LA line. Knocked it away from Sador. Chases after it behind the net. Brushes off Slaney. LA's pass going through center ice. Huddy is there to break it up. And it deflects right off the leg of Yuckmanev right to him again. And it's sailed all the way down the ice. A minute left in the Buffalo penalty. Pekka steals it away. Pops it back into the corner. Hannon could not corral that pass. Kings will bring it out. Slaney feeding it ahead. Deflected it far center and cleared over on the wing. But Cole and a 2-line pass on the offside. And Pekka just flattened another one. This time he got Kristich.
Not only knocked him down, but broke his stick, too. Dmitry Kristich from Kiev, traded over from the Washington Capitals, along with Byron Defoe for the Kings' first and fourth round picks in '96. And here's a guy, Kristich, with the Capitals, averaged 31 goals per season.
Well, he's on target to hit that level again, I would say.
And, of course, the Kings' thinking in getting Dmitry Kristich was to team him with Wayne Gretzky, and he would fill the net. And as Rick mentioned, he's done pretty well.
Okay, here we go, Marty.
45 seconds left in the power play for Los Angeles. Scoreless here in the first period. McSorley slipping it up on the wing. It's whipped through center and over the line. LaRue straight his shot. Now he whipped it across the goal line. Hannon breaks it up and squeezes it out to center ice. McSorley chased around by Pekka. McSorley flung it ahead, and then Galley says thanks and taps it right back in. Buffalo changes up front. Ivalov and Platt come out. Long pass on the wing, brought in over the line now. A chance for Stevens. He leaves it there. It's deflected in front. Wide of the net. Stevens has got it again. Stevens swinging around, dumps it down low. Fired on the other side to McSorley. McSorley's shot. Hasek takes it away. Sends it to the blue line. Not out. Kept in by LA. Back into the corner again. Galley gets tied up by Stevens. Taken away by Buffalo. Not out. McSorley keeping it in. Sabres are back at full strength. Muni jams it into the corner. Platt comes up with it there. Then loses it. Came in front of the net. But Slides harmlessly to an open wing, and now there's a penalty coming up to LA, and this one is going to go to Yari Curry. Sabres pulling their goaltender and trying to move it out to center ice and do. The pass ahead, however, is going to be gathered in by the Kings. And it's gathered in by Boucher. We'll have a face-off coming up. Still looking for the first goal in this hockey game.
Welcome to Hockey 101. This is the puck. This is the net. This is the Zamboni. These are hits. These are saves. These are goals. And this, well, this is the ice. Bud Ice and Bud Ice Light, the official beer sponsors of the NHL.
This okay?
New York Lotto. Hey, you never know.
An unfamiliar spot for Yuri Curry in the penalty box. He goes 2 minutes for tripping, a former winner of the Lady Byng Trophy. And so Buffalo with their second try on the power play with a face-off to the left of the goaltender Kelly Hrudey. If you've just tuned in, Wayne Gretzky is not playing tonight for LA, suffered a hip injury.
Sabres holding it in. Chopped it wide. There's May now. Fishipnik feeding it down low. Galley lets it go to Burridge. Burridge drops it off to Galley in the corner. Burridge stumbling, losing his balance, but it's held in by Galley. Off a skate to Shipnik. Let his shot go. Deflected just wide. LaFontaine in the corner. He slings it back to Shipnik again. Over to Galley. Galley puts his shot. Deflected it off a stick and over the glass and right on a play as Burridge got his stick in front of it. And a fan made a great grab.
Now Pat LaFontaine face-to-face with the goaltender Kelly Hrudey. Hrudey didn't beat LaFontaine. LaFontaine shot the puck wide on a play that was set up on the face-off in the Buffalo zone. And Gary Galley made a beautiful pass to LaFontaine. There's LaFontaine, who had taken the face-off and immediately got himself into a scoring position. The Sabres here early in this power play, and getting, of course, that chance by LaFontaine and a couple of other good chances because of great position in front of the goaltender.
Got it to Burridge. Burridge twisting around, sends it back to LaFontaine. LaFontaine works down low. Now trying to slide it back to the point, chops it into Burridge in front of the net. Oh, it's stolen away very neatly by Todd. Up to the blue line and slithered out over the line. LaFontaine working it up ahead. May trying to catch up with it, but he's going to be offside, and it shall be called.
Brad May was telling me the other day in Toronto, we rode the bus back, that he needs to hold onto the puck longer in the corners. He's getting great, there's getting a great jump on the defense. He's getting possession of the puck, and he said oftentimes he's just forcing his pass too soon, and that he needed to hold on. And I think that's good advice. Sometimes when you pick up the puck in the corner and you're under pressure, you panic with it, and you sometimes have more time than you think you do.
Is tipped down the ice and is recovered in behind the Los Angeles net. Or the Buffalo net. I'll be all right. LaFontaine starting mid. Galley to center. Galley over the line. Unchallenged. Works to the corner. Now sends it back to Shipnik to Galley. Galley looking for goal and finds it to Galley again. Over to Shipnik. Shipnik. Another tip it along the boards. Had some difficulty. It scored free. And it comes to the blue line and up to center to Todd. Todd and Shipchuk in over the line. Here's Todd with a shot. The rebound taken by Platt. Platt trying to stride away, but meanwhile, Hasek is down on the ice. He's okay, but the net has been knocked flying.
Well, the Kings have had some excellent scoring chances already in this game. Less than 10 minutes old. And Hasek has made some terrific saves. LA with 5 shots on goal. Buffalo with 2 shots.
Partner, we talked about Wayne Gretzky not being in this game because he is injured. We are informed that he will be addressing the media this evening. I assume from that it means after the game, but he is going to talk to the media. I suppose about all the trade speculation.
Well, Larry Robinson told me this morning, too. I said, you know, did Wayne come to you or has he come to you for any advice or guidance? And he said, well, no, not really. But he said 10 days or so, we did talk to him, sat him down, and tried to get his feelings. And he said, really, what it comes down to is he says he wants to win the Stanley Cup and doesn't really think he can do it here in L.A. But he says, I want to win the Stanley Cup, too, and so do other players on this team.
Tipped into the L.A. zone now. Boucher in the corner trying to shovel it ahead. Check by LaFontaine around to Dawn. Good shot by Ray, and Rudy was there. And off the boards. Huddy keeping it in. He bounced it right in front of the net. That's chopped away. Comes to the blue line. Kings coming back. They're at full strength. Up for Curry coming out of the penalty box. Watched by Huddy. One of the old veterans from Edmonton days around on the boards. May trapping the puck, and he brings it away. May allowing his teammates to make a change. Eases it ahead. Both teams are changing. Things coming back again. Pass to center is Finn. Slaps one into the corner. Tip but not out. Kept in by L.A. Came in front. Jammed around to the boards. Recovered by Himmelad. Himmelad swings it to Pearson. Pearson's pass through center ice. Cowie knocks it down. Cowie forgot the puck, however. Pekka keeps it in there. Now Pearson squeezes down. Dumped around on the boards to Perro. Yannick Perro, the long pass at center. Edmonton had it taken away. Into Himmelad. Took his shot and ripped it wide. Rudy elects to dump it to Cowie. Himmelad took it right back to Pekka. Pekka swings it into the corner. Out in front. Too high for Himmelad. He kicks at it again, but the Kings will slap it down the ice. They'll be penalized here with an icing call as Zhitnik is there to pick it up. Just halfway, a little over halfway through this opening period. Authentic Buffalo Sabres French Connection merchandise. You can order it now by calling 1-800-33-PUCK outside Buffalo or 856-7301 extension 650.
Well, 9 minutes, 15 seconds to go here in the opening period, and the Buffalo Sabres have to get a little bit of spark going. They have a hockey club in Los Angeles who is struggling, waiting to be beat, if you will, and the Kings so far have had the better scoring chances and are playing a very nice, comfortable road game. And the Sabres have got to get going.
Rooch and Hannon. No, I don't think so. Hannon gets the heave-ho, and Hughes goes in.
Well, maybe Ted Nolan is thinking the way I am. He's got Rob Ray out there along with Hughes and Hannon to stir things up.
Get to the corner. Hannon is tackled by McSorley. It comes free on the board. Hughes couldn't get it. Shuchuk sends it away to center. Tried to get a return pass, but Hannon was there to break it up. Feeding it up ahead to Hughes. Tapping it in over the line, trying to catch up with it. Gets slowed down from behind. Sador. He cleared it up on the wing, and he got it to Shuchuk to LaRouche. He dumped it ahead. Right in over the line. Back to LaRouche with a shot. That one is blocked by Bugner. Jammed off the boards to Hannon, kicking it ahead, but the Kings will get back again. Less than 9 to go in the scoreless first period. Sador gets checked by Hughes. And he gets some help back there. Now it's squeezed around for McSorley. McSorley got rid of it to center ice. Bugner knocks it down to Wilson. Wilson fired a pass to Hughes. Over it goes to Ray. Ray in over the line, tried to curl it in front for Platt. He flicked back into the corner, hit the referee. Ray keeping it in. McSorley is there first. McSorley sending it up the middle to Curry. He gets it over to Sador. Watched by Burry. Tip now to Curry. Intercepted the Platt. Going in on goal to Curry's shot. What a save by Rudy. An enormous save by Kelly Rudy. Kept into Barnaby. Barnaby gets slowed down behind the net. The Kings will get back to Curry. Curry swings away to center. Up for Todd. Fires it off into the Buffalo corner. Too far for Stevens. Ashton sends it around on the board. Curry trying to keep it in, doing a good job as they poke away at it, he and Burridge. Now it's scored 3 to Todd. Todd tapped a backhander into the corner. Wilson behind the net, feeds it up along the boards to Barnaby. Barnaby to Platt. His pass went behind Burridge. Kings getting it right back again to Boucher. He'll flip one into the corner. He's right in front of the net. Hasek to save the rebound. Oh! Hasek stones Curry. Holy mackerel, you talk about calling a clock. He robbed them. What goaltending here in the first period at both ends. OLA recovering again. A little over 7 minutes to go in the opener. Taken by Finn, chased back by May. Finn squeezes it through the middle. Potomsky jams it in over the line to Bruce. Bruce looking for an open man, but Traylor, and the shot by Cowie goes wide. He partially fanned on it. Send in beside the net again. Long trying to pry it free. Took Galley off the post. Step back in the other direction. Galley recovers. Hershik without a stick. Sent around on the boards. May whips it up to center. Now to Daw. Coming in over the line. Outside is LaFontaine. Less than 7 to go in the first. Still scoreless on Empire.
It's kind of nice, the way life works. The more you put into it, the more you get out of it. That even applies to banking. Simply by meeting minimum balance requirements, you eliminate fees and get better rates. In short, the more you bank with Chase, the more you get for your money. That's better banking. Another way Chase makes your life experience a more profitable one. Call 1-800-CHASE. Chase Manhattan. Profit from the experience.
Delicious, piping hot, freshly ground and brewed 7-Eleven coffee is now being served in this elegant, special edition NHL team mug. Buy the mug, get the coffee. For a limited time at 7-Eleven.
First, let's go to the King zone. Yuri Curry gives the puck away. That's Randy Burridge on the right of the screen. Watch the right leg of the goaltender. Sensational piece of goaltending. And at the other end, Dominik Hasek beats Yuri Curry point blank. One of the greatest scorers in the history of the NHL.
Oh, my.
What goaltending.
There's Bugner slipping it ahead to Pearson. Pearson can't get it out, however. Long kicked it back into the corner. Bugner flipping it around to the other side for Himmler. Himmler taps one to center ice, knocked down by Pekka. He slaps it in. Slaney is hustling in there after it. Pearson tracking him. Slaney then just drilled it off the board. Goodbye him down the ice. And this is going to come 194 feet in the other direction. Live from the Odd is coming up tonight right after the hockey game. Among the guests joining Jennifer Smith and Bob Kuczynski, Scott Pearson, Milt Northrup, and the Mayor, Mayor Masiello, live from the Odd right after Sabres hockey on the Empire Sports Network.
And Scott Pearson, as Rick mentioned, will guest on Live at the Odd. Face-offs to the left of Rudy.
That's it. Come on, Doc. Here it comes.
6 minutes remaining here in this opening period. Galley trying to pitch in to keep it in, but it's broken up and tapped out to center ice. Kristich coming away. Kristich waiting for his winger. Poked it off to the side. Donner ties up Sador. In behind the net. Kristich got it back to Sador, and then he gave it away to May. May, if he takes a look, he'll find LaFontaine through center. LaFontaine charging after it in the corner. And he gets stitched in there by Yakmanev. Right around to the board, Sador. Sador squeezes off Perro stick at center ice, taken back by Bugner. He whipped it ahead to May, then May gave it away. Now Daw tried to steal it back, couldn't do it. May does. May leaves it there to Bugner. He helped it in over the LA line. Sabres making changes, now the Kings left lines. 5.5 remaining here in the opening period. Perro look at the center, stolen away by Barnaby. Barnaby coming back with a pass that deflected behind everybody. Huddy recovers and sends it back in. Left in behind the net, flipped around in the boards to Suchuk, not out. That's knocked down, and the Kings start away again. And bring it in over the line. Kristich coming in 2-on-1. Trying to get it in front. Great play to break it up as Burridge comes right back. Burridge now, in over the line. Burridge, in it comes. He shoots it, firing it right on. That's kicked away in the corner. Sent around on the boards. Kings get it out to center ice. Suchuk. He knocks it ahead to LaRouche. LaRouche lost control, and Huddy hacks it to center ice. Dealt it right back in by Finn. Huddy's got it again, squeezing it to Barnaby, leaving it to Plant. Plant in over the LA line. He had it knocked off his stick. Just flings it back in again as the clubs make more changes. Worked up on the wing, and an errant pass is going to have to be collected by LA. And finally is dumped in to the Buffalo zone, broken up and slapped out of the line again. Hughes took it away to Hannon. Hannon starts out with Ray. Got it in over the line, but a nice play to knock it right back out by Cowie. Cowie's pass for Stevens too far, goes down the ice. Stevens is there first, got it out in front. It's deflected away, kept in by Cowie. That shot went way wide, tipped back into the corner. Sabres were slow at getting on the puck. Slides around on the boards. Neely jamming in there with Kevin Todd. Ray took a bump from Stevens. Stevens trying to fish it free. Does. Keeping it into Curry in front. Here's Stevens. Backhand. Couldn't get it away. Came right beside the net. Oh, Hasek can save another save. And he hangs on. Stevens was wiped out by Mooney. Still scoreless here in the first.
Hey, hockey fans. There's a new official in the NHL. One that's making a big hit. Bud Ice and Bud Ice Light, the official beer sponsors of the NHL. Goes down easy and icy smooth. Bud Ice and Bud Ice Light. An official you'll like.
We have a Buddy Burger, funny fries, and a large Pepsi. No, that's a Buddy Burger. What? Forget the burger. All I really want is a Pepsi. 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 Yeah. Thank you. You need to get the intercom fixed.
Let's watch Dominic Hasek, the best in the world, perform his magic as the Kings with some great scoring opportunities. Now Hasek goes down on the ice. He lays down. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. Now watch what happens. Hasek will flop around and stack the pads right here. Now look. See, the pads are stacked and the trapper is up just above the pads, and Hasek makes two big saves in that position. The Kings cannot score.
Bugner now slapping it around on the board from the face-off. Daw whipped it out to center ice. LA recovering. Set in the other direction. Here's Daw pulling away. He loses control. Todd misses it. And he recovered and slapped right back in by May. Ellie Woody flings it around on the glass. Daw keeping it in as he trapped it there. Still kicking away at the puck. And jamming around the boards again. Daw taps it free. Sador comes up with it now. Sador squeezes it up on the wing, and the pass through the middle to McSorley. Coming with Stevens, who takes the pass in over the line. Watch by Gavin. Hit right in the goal crease, and Hasek has a hold of that one. And there's a penalty now to Buffalo as McSorley was taken down.
Now Marty McSorley loves to move up front with the forwards on the attack. And of course, since Rob Blake went down early in the season for LA, he is getting even more ice time than he usually does. Kerry Fraser signals Bugner to the penalty box. Watch the play by Marty McSorley as he's in the middle of the screen, number 33, and he just continues to go to the net. And this puck almost went in behind Dominic Hasek. Some fancy stick work and leg work by the Dominator. It's an interference penalty, and of course this is a situation Wayne Gretzky, the greatest player on power plays ever, not in the lineup tonight for LA. So it's McSorley playing the point along with John Slaney, who is a forward.
Kristich, Carroll, and Yakhmanov up front. Galley off the free, sends it behind the net. Kings keeping it in. Becker didn't see it. Worked around to McSorley again. He squeezed it back in front of the net. Tap back into the corner. LA holding it into McSorley, feeding it down low. Gets a return pass, then drops it off on the boards. Slaney is wide open, and he gets his shot. Deflected right in front, but there was Hasek as Kristich redirected it, but Hasek held his ground.
What a marvelous save that was on a beautifully executed power play opportunity by the LA Kings. Now Kristich ended up deflecting the puck but could not beat Hasek. Boy, has he been great here again in the opening period. 10 shots, and many of them have been quality scoring chances, and that was one that Kristich could not deflect by the Dominator. And boy, the Kings, this is the last thing they need is a hot goaltender. The way they've been going, but they certainly have chances to score here in the opening.
Emily finds an opening, taps it down the ice, a minute and a half in the Boogeyman's penalty. 130 on the boards, and the Kings will bring it away. Slaney taps it in over the line. Huddy right in front of his chest. In by Kristich, though. He sails it back to Slaney, now to McSorley. McSorley to John Slaney again. Doesn't shoot. Got it into the corner. Deflected in front. The rebound went wide as Carroll to the left end. Jam behind the net. Kings holding it in. Kristich. They'll roll it back into the corner. Kristich hanging onto the puck, sends it over to McSorley. His screen shot, that hit a leg. And Himmelin backhands it off the stick down the ice. Less than a minute left in the penalty. Sabres make changes. Now the Kings trying to get some fresh troops out as well. Squeezed ahead for Curry. Curry coming through center. Leaves it there to Slaney. Slaney steps in over the line. Took his shot. Hasek no difficulty. Saw it coming all the way. But it's kept into Curry again. Whips it to Boucher on the other side. He taps it down low. Jam back into the corner. Muni trying to break it up. Muni hacks at it again. Here's Shipnick poking away at Stevens. They shove it along the boards. Comes free and it's rolled back to Slaney. 20 seconds left in the penalty. Slaney gives it to Curry to Slaney again. Into Yari Curry. Curry looking in front of the net. It's knocked down. And it's ripped off the boards and back down the ice. Sabres make a change. A dozen seconds remaining in the misdemeanor. Boucher starting back again. Boucher to Curry. Curry swinging in over the line. Floats the pass in front. Kicked in at the point. The long shot. Hasek the save. They whack at it again. And Shipnick tapped it out to center as the Sabres return to full strength with less than a minute remaining in the period. Brought right back in again. Boucher steers it in over the line. Took a shot right on. Hasek the save! And he sits on that one and covers up before Stevens can get there.
Dominic Hasek with 14 shots here in the opening period. He's been perfect. It was sort of an interesting situation here this morning. Now, Dominic Hasek was here. He was waiting until Robert Long got off the ice. And the reason was the coach of the National Czech Republic team was here in town trying to recruit players. Dominic has already told them that he wasn't going to play in next year's World Cup, which is the old Canada Cup. And I said to Dominic, I said, well, do you still feel that way now after talking to the coach? And he said, well, I don't know. Maybe I might play now. Maybe I won't play. So
waffling, isn't he?
He's waffling right now.
Well,
but he just said, heck, he said, look, the last 2 times I played, they were lousy teams, and he said, I don't want to be on a losing team again.
Wilson got it to May out at center. LaFontaine got away from McSorley. Back it comes to Wilson. Wilson swinging it across ice. Here's Huddy to walk one in with a half minute to go in the period. LaFontaine squeezes it free. I think James Long picks it up. Robert Long tapped it up in the wing to center ice to Bruce. Bruce will nip one into the corner. Comes off the boards. LaFontaine took down his check. McSorley keeps it into Sador. His backhand ends up on Huddy's stick. Huddy trying to muscle it out and does. And it slides all the way back for McSorley with about 10 seconds remaining in the period. Sent to center ice. Wilson squeezes out Bruce and takes him down. Here's May bouncing along the boards. Hits the referee Fraser, and the Kings will get it back as time runs out on the clubs here in the first period.
Now, I thought the Los Angeles Kings played an excellent 20 minutes of play, the type of road game that you would want to play, and the Sabres playing without spark.
Well, we have no score at the end of one here at the auditorium as we take you now to Barry Butel.
Thank you, Rick. Coming up during the first period intermission, I'll be talking to Sabres winger Rob Ray. We'll check in with Brian Blessing in our Empire Studios with the Sabres NHL update, and also an update on the new Marine Midland Arena via Danny Gare. Stay with us. After 20 minutes of hockey, the Sabres and the Kings are scoreless on the Empire Sports Network.
All you have to do is get up and get out and do it. Of course, where there's a will, there's a way. And the will is yours because you are your own best friend. Success starts with a smile. Are you smiling? You're not only smart, you're the handsomest thing we've ever seen. And you are equipped to win.
NYMEX. More information, more solutions, more stuff.
At Citgo, our super premium gasoline will give you the high performance you demand. So prepare yourself to be totally blown away. Super premium performance. Citgo says go.
Person needs to send resume to New York. Wants to make a big impression. Goes to post office. Finds out priority mail is a smart solution. Resume gets noticed. Person gets job. Now, if you can only get a cab. Team needs new jerseys. Person has to deliver them overnight. Goes to post office. Finds express mail is a smart solution. Guarantees delivery. Jerseys arrive on time. Person avoids getting sacked.
Earlier today, Rob Ray met the Hanson brothers.
Yeah, sure. You got to see, those help. You don't get those little marks. That's you. There. There. What do you think?
No, that's old time.
That's hard.
I think that's a great look. I really do. I think maybe the bifocals might be something that you might want to look into.
I kind of fit right into that situation, didn't I?
You got a career afterwards. What inspiration did the Hanson brothers give you, Rob?
Well, you know, growing up, everybody always watched the Hanson brothers, and it's a movie you could watch 100 times and never get bored of it. And you get to the point now where you know all the lines, you know what's going to happen, and it's kind of fun just to sit around and watch it.
What about the first period here? Both teams kind of looking, I know they're desperate. They're playing desperate hockey. What about you guys riding a 3-game unbeaten string?
I think we were a little sluggish. You know, we really didn't get our forecheck going. There wasn't really much happening. You know, our power play, you know, was kind of iffy, but we were getting the shots on net, and, you know, I think if we continue to do that, we'll be okay.
What's been the big turnaround for this team in regards to going back to that big overtime victory for Boston, and then the string started? What was said before that? Was it playoff caliber hockey from then on throughout the rest of the season?
It was desperate hockey. We knew that if we didn't put a string together and play well and continue to, you know, do it for the rest of the season, we weren't going to make playoffs. And we're still out of the playoffs right now, but if we can continue playing the way we are, you know, the hard work, you know, continue to fight back even when we're behind, that, you know, we're going to have a very good chance of making playoffs. And it's in everybody's mind in there that we have to make playoffs, and that's what we're working for.
You think with the younger guys on this team, not having Gretzky being scratched tonight maybe was a good factor for you guys, that it might not have been a distraction for many?
Yeah, it definitely was. I know my first time playing against Wayne, it was an unbelievable thing, and you know, you catch yourself more or less watching him the whole game instead of, you know, trying to play the game. And you know, it would have been nice for him to play for the people here, but you know, it's kind of works in our favor that he's not out there.
What do you have to do second, third period? These guys playing desperate hockey, no doubt. That's been the key word of this interview.
I think we just have to, you know, continue to work hard and try to get our forecheck established. I don't think we're moving our legs, you know, good enough. We're kind of scrambling in our own end. If we can just get, you know, our own end down a little bit and get our forecheck going, we'll be fine.
Thanks to Rob Ray of the Buffalo Sabres. There is no score after one period here at the odd between the Sabres and the Kings. Let's see if you can recognize these guys.
Hey guys, starting to think my quarter. Oh really? Quarter. Not bad.
Put 10 great deals together and you've got Ford's Great Percent event with 4.8 APR financing or cash back when you buy or choose a Ford red carpet lease. Thunderbird. But these deals won't be around for long. So put together a deal of your own at your local Ford dealer today.
Coach, what do you think? Son, it's not what you look like or how big you are. It's what you got deep down inside. You can't see it. It's hidden. But believe me, it's there. I made the team. No, not a chance. I was talking about this pizza.
The new triple-decker pizza from Pizza Hut, hidden inside two thin crusts, is a 6-cheese blend for a huge cheese taste.
You know, son, I do need another guard. Night, kid.
National Business Employment Weekly, the only publication that updates you weekly on top jobs available regionally and nationwide. All kinds of jobs, professional, managerial, technical. And you'll learn how to land one of those jobs. Get 8 job-packed issues for just $35. Also get absolutely free the Job Search Guide. Call 800-228-6605. That's 800-228-6605. The National Business Employment Weekly. If you're not looking here, you're hardly looking.
Hi, this is Ted Nugent, and we got the spirit of the wild strong and free right here on Jim Hanley's Northeast Outdoors.
Sunday mornings at 11:30 on Empire Sports Network.
Hi, everybody. Brian Blessing with the Sabres NHL update. 4 other games around the league tonight and a good one down south. Philly at Florida. Second and third place teams in the Atlantic Division going head-to-head. Big hit by Shel Samuelson on Dave Lowry, and then a little stick pointing. So we'll watch out for that matchup a little later on. Now watch behind the net. Van Beesbrook roams. LeClaire gets it out in front. They credit this goal to Quinn. This may be changed to Bob Corkum. We'll see. But the Flyers on the board lead this one 1-0. But then a great individual effort by Ed Jovanowski. Gets the feed from Scott Mellenby. Then he wheels and deals and comes back out into the crease and beats Ron Hextall. A great goal by a good young defenseman. 1-1 after one period of play. Flyers and Panthers tied at 1. Now an important game as far as the Sabres are concerned. Bruins have the lead over the Hartford Whalers. 1-0 in the second. Rick Zombo's goal, 41 seconds left in the first period. Bruins on top of the Whalers now in the second. San Jose gets a goal from Jamie Baker. The Leafs get one from Mike Gardner, his 26th, tied at 1 heading towards the second period. A little bit later on, it will be Anaheim and Edmonton. Third game of a 5-game road trip for the Ducks. The Oilers, 6 points out of a playoff race. Coming up in a moment, first period highlights with Rick and Jim on the Empire Sports Network.
The forecast, cloudy skies with flurries today. Total accumulations.
No, you can't control the weather. But a Jimmy can. Seek a safe haven. Seek a Jimmy. Now, second-time Jimmy lease buyers can enjoy the comfort of numbers like these. See your Empire State GMC dealer today.
If you're having debt problems, we can help. We're Consumer Credit Counseling Service of Buffalo.
I felt my whole world was crashing down. You were very understanding and worked out a payment program with my creditors. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have gone bankrupt.
Our counseling is free and confidential. We're here to help. Call 854-1710.
Tim Conway's back, and he's hauling in a whopper. It's Dork Goes Fishing, this year's funniest comedy home video. Let Tim Conway, as that master sportsman Dork, show you everything you've always wanted to know about fishing. Go back in time to man's first fishing method. Let Dork show you what to wear, how to clean your day's catch, how to get in shape, the joys of fishing with your spouse. What are you waiting for? Call and order Dork Goes Fishing today.
Welcome back after one period at the On in downtown Buffalo. There is no score between the Sabres and the LA Kings. During the Chevy Sabres game night tonight, Jennifer Smith told you about the new club seats at the new Marine Midland Arena. Well, now Danny Gare tells you all about the progress of the new arena here in downtown Buffalo.
Hi, I'm Danny Gare with the Marine Midland Update. You know, a couple of weeks ago, my broadcast colleagues and myself got an opportunity to view this state-of-the-art facility. So I'd like to show you through this musical video a little bit of what we saw.
The first thing you see in the new arena is the pavilion. This will be the main entrance for the arena. You'll notice a restaurant bar called Headlines where you can keep up on all the sports on 2 giant video walls. Up the escalators, out the doors, you'll find a patio deck with an excellent water view for the nicer nights that can also double as an outdoor ice rink in the winter. From there, you'll have an excellent view of the new Harbor Club, which will feature fine dining and entertainment, as well as a wonderful view of the waterfront. And the upper level will open out to the arena, where Harbor Club members will have a terrific view of the action on the ice. The new home will hold 20,000 seats for Sabres games and even more for concerts and other attractions, and will also feature a state-of-the-art 8-sided Jumbotron. And there's not a bad seat in the house. The new arena will also be home of the largest team store, a great place to pick up all your Sabres merchandise. And that's not the only thing that's bigger. Marine Millen Arena will also feature spacious corridors and will no doubt be one of the premier sports and entertainment complexes in the country. What a great facility, eh? You know, the Marine Millen Arena will be opening this fall, and we're going to keep you posted on the progress with our Marine Millen Arena updates. See you then.
We'll keep you updated throughout the rest of the season on the progress of the new Marine Midland Arena. Stay with us. The Sabres and the Kings are scoreless after 20 minutes here on the Empire Sports Network. Broadcast clothing for Barry Butel, Rick Jenneret, and Jim Lorenz, provided by Harry Rosen Menswear, Walden Galleria.
Walter, there's a spot over there. No, a mark over there.
Preparing meals doesn't have to be a hassle. And neither does shopping. Like my cooking, shopping at Jubilee can be quick, easy, and value-packed. Jubilee is for working people who put in 8 to 10 hours a day and still have to go shopping and come home and prepare a meal. Let Jubilee take the hustle and bustle out of shopping. And hey, it might even be fun.
Walter, can't we get a little closer?
Ooh, it's so good.
Welcome to the new Buffalo Marriott. Western New York's premier hotel has a spectacular new look with over $3 million in renovations, including our magnificent lobby and beautifully remodeled guest rooms. Stay in style with our first-class amenities and comforts. Treat yourself to fine dining anytime at Panache Restaurant. Enjoy superb selections for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And don't forget the Marriott nightclub for a relaxing cocktail or Buffalo's hottest night out. Join us at the new Buffalo Marriott, located at the University at Buffalo Complex.
Warriors of the Ice. Every week, a new battle, a new enemy. Defending their goal and fighting to be national champions.
Person needs to send resume to New York. Wants to make a big impression. Goes to post office. Finds out priority mail is a smart solution. Resume gets noticed. Person gets job. Now, you can only get a cab. Team needs new jerseys. Person has to deliver them overnight. Goes to post office. Finds express mail as a smart solution. Guarantees delivery. Jerseys arrive on time. Person avoids getting sacked.
Sabres hockey is brought to you in part by Bud Ice, the official beer sponsor of the NHL. By the Pepsi-Cola bottlers of Western New York. By Gulf Oil. And by Russer Deli Meats, makers of premium quality cold cuts. Russer, the freshest taste in the deli. First period scoring summary brought to you by the Discover card. It pays to discover. Despite 20 shots on goal, 14 by Los Angeles, no scoring in the opening period of play. And let's go downstairs now and see if we can find Barry Butel.
Thank you, Rick. We are here. The Hanson brothers are saying hello to some of their favorite people, the referees. No score after this. What's going on with the Sabres and the Kings?
Well, you know, they have to get back to old-time hockey.
What's that all about?
Dick Klopper.
Eddie Shore.
Toe Blake.
Has John Munkler talked to you about maybe securing a contract for you guys to come back?
Well, we wanted to play. You know, all they had to do is give up a broken stick and a roll of Gordie Howe tape.
Well, what about comments you made earlier, the pep talk? Rob Ray, Brad May, some of the big boys?
Well, you know, we taught them how to put the foil on and get it back into old-style hockey.
Is that still allowed?
Old-time hockey. We're on the road.
The foil's still allowed?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's one of these, Barry, you know, you grab it and just, you know, take care of it.
That's a good idea. Hey, you guys, I got a quarter. I know you guys lost your quarter.
Took my quarter.
No, I just got it.
Threw the keys at my brother.
No.
The tire iron.
Back to you, Rick. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Well, all I can say is it's pretty preppy down there, pretty preppy. And not Barry, the Hanson brothers, I mean.
Well, they got him cornered. First period statistics, scoring chances, the most significant, 10 for Los Angeles. Buffalo controlling the faceoff, but the Sabres, as I mentioned, and as Rob Ray told Barry Butel in the intermission, need to pick it up a little bit. Need some spark and some jump in those legs. But give Los Angeles some credit in that opening 20 minutes. Marty McSorley wasn't sitting on the bench too much in that opening period. He was playing his usual amount of ice time. But Marty was telling us this morning about Los Angeles and how unstable the ownership has been in the last couple of seasons. Fifth, you can see on the all-time penalty list. But he said with the new ownership, he felt that the franchise certainly was heading in the right direction, and in addressing the Wayne Gretzky situation, just said, hey, look, they just have to make a decision what they want to do with Wayne and make that decision soon. But he felt very comfortable with the new owners.
Well, we're now told that there's a New York radio station that's reporting that Marty McSorley has been included in a trade with Gretzky to the Rangers. So
who knows? Well,
the plot thickens.
Frank Brown, of course, from the New York Daily News, is here tonight, and I saw him walk by in the hallway. I says, hey, Frank, are you here to confirm the trade? And he said, no. He sort of laughed. He says, I'm just here to talk to Wayne about it. That's all.
Well, you can be sure there will be a media horde descending in and around that Los Angeles dressing room after this game is over tonight, because Gretzky has said that he will talk to the media.
And Wayne Gretzky is at the game tonight.
Meanwhile, we have a hockey game. Ott at the end of one. Zhitnik chips it back in over the line. Penalty boxes are empty. Slipped around on the boards. McSorley can't get it out. Kept in by Barnaby. McSorley catches up with it. Just ripped it around on the boards. That goes down the ice, and the only person who has to skate after it is Zhitnik, because it's going all the way back.
Well, I'm sure Larry Robinson went into the Kings dressing room and said, hey, guys, just continue to play the same way in the second period as you did in the first. And he told me this morning, he said, gee, last night in Detroit, he said it was 4-3 after 2 periods of play for the Red Wings. And he said then in the third, we just fell apart, and we have been self-destructing in recent games in the third period. But Larry was also talking about the Sabres, and first thing he said was, you know, he said the work ethic of the Sabres have carried them all season long. So
that's what we hear everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go. We hear the same thing, and coaches say, and opposing players, he says, hey, this Sabre team works hard and they go for 60 minutes.
Behind you!
Sidor coming up with it now. Burridge tumbles to the ice. Sidor squeezes it to Stevens. He tapped one through the middle. Brought in over the line by McSorley. Fired across ice. Curry in the corner. He gave it away. Curry after it again. No, now Plant steals it. Plant to Barnaby. Barnaby stepping to center. Kicked up ahead by Burridge and over the line. Took his shot. Rudy the save. Burridge spinning around. Back to Honey. Let it go. Deflected wide of the net. Jammed up in front. And a penalty coming up here.
Now they're going to call it goaltender interference to Matt Barnaby. What a great play Derek Plant and Matt Barnaby made in the Buffalo zone to create that scoring chance that resulted in an interference penalty to Barnaby. Terrific breakout play, but the Kings end up with a power play on it. Watch the goaltender as in comes Barnaby and bumps into him, and you just cannot do that, and that certainly was intentional and deserved a 2-minute penalty.
And so Pekka and Hannon will come out now and work up front, trying to kill off some of that time.
I said to Matthew this morning, I asked him, I said, well, who are you going to upset here tonight? Who are you going to disturb? He said, you know, I really don't know. We haven't played these guys. Of course, he's never played the Kings, but we didn't see him last year, but he said probably in the first 10 minutes I'll have a better idea.
Odds on the league's #1 rat will find somebody before the night is over. Zhitnik whipping one in. Slaney is back there, former Washington Capital. To Perro tapping it through center ice. McSorley missed it. Hannon steals it away. Hannon now is sliding it back for Zhitnik. Zhitnik with his team short-handed, and it's taken away by Slaney, and then Slaney gave it away to Zhitnik, up to Pekka. Pekka couldn't get around McSorley. McSorley works it up on the wing. Kristic starts away through center. Kristic now lets to go all the way back to regroup. Here comes Dmitri Kristic, tapping one in. Hasek slowing it down. Tees it for Zhitnik around the board, but not out. Kings keeping it in there. Fed back into the corner. Fish get it in front. And it's Shipnick who breaks it up. It's dribbled back to the point. Slaney holding it in. That's tipped into the corner. Here's a chance to shot. He scores! What a shot by Yannick Perreault. He squeezed that into the short side. It sounded as though it went off the pipe. And on the power play, LA has the lead.
Absolutely marvelous shot by Yannick Perreault as he looked as though he were going to pass the puck to the front of the net and shot the puck in off the crossbar. Watch Perreault. See him look to the right, fake that way. Hasek leaned to the right, and the puck struck the crossbar and bounced into the back of the net. A terrific goal by Perreault. See how Hasek gave up the top part of the net? There wasn't much. But Perreault is a great shooter, and he showed us there.
Now Finn turning around as LA gets first blood. Up for LaRouche. Protected through center. Wilson is back there. Wilson swinging around to May. Taken away, but carrying on is Wilson. Kicks it in over the line. Don't chip. May keeps it in. May fired it around to the boards. Yelling, scoops it back into the corner to the funny hop, and the Kings will be the benefactors of that and bring it away to center. Scooped high into the corner by Boucher. Left there to Wilson. He gave it away. Boucher took the shot. That's kicked away. The rebound. They score! Off Galley. It was fired into the net by the LA Kings, and Lacroix has given Los Angeles a 2-0 lead.
Now that began with a giveaway by Mike Wilson, and you don't want to give the puck away to Philippe Boucher. He has a great shot. We know that. Watch Hasek. There's the giveaway. Now watch Hasek make the save on this hard shot, and the rebound goes in front of the net to Lacroix, who is positioned perfectly to lift the puck into the top of the net, and the Kings have struck quickly here in the second.
Galley tried to cover up for his goaltender, and in fact the puck went off him, but it did go into the net.
Now Pierre Lacroix, the general manager of the Colorado Avalanche, is the father of the youngster, and he is in attendance tonight.
Shipnick tipping it around on the boards. Pekka chops it free and starts away to center. Bothered and checked by Long. Long now in over the line. Tipped in by Pavelski. And ripped off the gloves. Pearson forced it to center ice, but it'll be slapped by Cowie in the other direction. Pearson can't get anywhere. Taken away by Pekka. He failed to move it. Kings making changes. 3 minutes into the second period. Cutting for Shipnick. Watched by Stevens. He got it ahead, though. Brought in over the line. Pearson ripped his shot. Look out. That one got up into the crowd and in a hurry. 2-0. The Kings have the lead.
The Hanson brothers are here.
Do it! No! Do it! Never! And I will! No! Ah! No! Ah!
Drink Bud Ice. But beware the penguins.
Let's see how much you know about gasoline. Ready? In 1921, who opened the world's first drive-in service station? Your dad used it. His dad used it. Today, Gulf's Advent 21 formula keeps fuel injectors clean and helps my car run better than ever before. Whether it's full service or self-serve. For the life of your car, you know the name. Go Gulf.
Trivia quiz brought to you by Bagel Brothers Bakery and Deli. Breakfast, lunch, or anytime, Bagel Brothers is the place. Who was Rookie of the Year in 1980? That was Wayne Gretzky's rookie NHL season. And who was Rookie of the Year that year? I'll mull that one over for a while. I should mention a bagel. Sent off the boards. Plant trying to keep it in. Got it into Burridge. Burridge bothered in the corner. Jams it around to Barnaby. Barnaby puts it free. Barnaby's got it in his skates. Now goes after it again. Leaves it there to Bugner. He taps it around behind the net. Sador catching up with Aaron Barnaby. They're going to run at him. They jam in the corner. And he's poking at it along the boards. Barnaby and Sador get all tangled up. Game free, kept in by Buffalo again. Sent back to the point. Galley with the shot right on. Barnaby tried to deflect it, but Rudy made the save. Barnaby's got it again. Here's Barnaby. check. He left it there, and Sador steals it away. Sador off the glass and out to center over Galley's stick. Right there, Bugner being chased by Stevens. Bugner leaves it in the corner to Galley. Galley whips it off the boards to the blue line. Out to center, it comes to Barnaby with Bugner 2-on-1. Barnaby trying to get it to Bugner. And it was broken up at the defense. Now Plant's shot gets knocked down. Tipped out of the air. Sabres get back again. Forced in over the line. A long shot. As Barnaby slips off the ice, but Rudy had no difficulty with that. And he's coming up with a hit. Almost stolen. Here's Ray. He couldn't get the shot away after McSorley was a little careless at his own end. That was a whole lot careless. This is icing against Los Angeles.
Now the Kings have given up a lot of goals this season as Jerry Curry skates to the bench into his 15th season in the NHL. 5 straight 100-plus point seasons and approaching 600 career goals. His best year was 71 goals and 135 points. And he held that record of 71 goals by a right winger until Brett Hull broke it.
Remember watching he and Gretzky playing at Edmonton. It was just like ballet. Here's Muni taking a screenshot. That's kicked away. Rebound, jammed in front. Here's another whack at it. That's knocked out. Hughes loses the lumber, and the Kings will swing it down the ice. And as Wilson picks it up, this is another icing call against L.A. So this line of the Sabres, which ordinarily spends a great deal of the time in the penalty box, is causing some problems in the zone for the Kings.
Craig Muni, the old veteran, of course, I had a whole list of things that Craig told me this morning about how to defend Wayne Gretzky. He played with him in Los Angeles for many seasons, of course. A 10-year veteran paired with the rookie Mike Wilson, and Mike Wilson, of course, turns often to Craig Muni and Charlie Huddy and all those older experienced guys for good advice. Did I say LA? I meant Edmonton. That's who he played for.
Set to center ice. Wilson will tap it right back in again. Now the Kings 5 minutes into the second period with a 2-0 lead. Looked around on the boards. Held in by Muni again. Took his shot. Rudy kicked that off the glass. Fired around on the boards again, but Hannon holds it in. Pokes it into Ray. Hannon bothered by Kostic, who went down. Hannon kicks it free. Got a chase after it in the corner. Boucher sends it away. Got it out through center and down the ice. Muni hustling after it. Being chased by Merrill. Merrill comes up with a puck behind the net. Wilson knocked it free around to Ray. Ray sends it to center ice. Sabres trying to make some changes. Whipped ahead for Yannick Carroll again. Gets to center. Taking off the puck. Kostic carries on. Leaves a drop pass. That's right on. And Hasek has it now to LaFontaine up to Hughes. Hughes coming back again. In over the line. Here's Hughes still with the puck. Fired it into the corner for Dahl. Into LaFontaine. He's checked in behind the net. And it's cleared off the glass to center ice. Lacroix coming off the bench couldn't control it. Huddy got shoved off his feet. No penalty there. It ends up at center. Zitnik will squeeze it now to Dahl. Across to May stepping in. And he took his shot. Really kicked it away. And it's flung up ahead to Lacroix. And it's going to be called grabbing the puck. Closing his hand on the puck.
Well, he threw a strike from second base to first base on that play, and Kerry Fraser caught him.
So Rob Cowie is on his way off.
Now Larry Robinson's hockey club have surrendered 210 goals this season as Cowie goes to the box for throwing the puck up to the winger, and Buffalo will have a chance on the power play here to get back in the game. Watch the plays. The puck bounces up in the air. Cowie grabs it and tosses it up to the left wing. A great throw, wasn't it?
Bad.
Right on the stick.
But then the referee said, "You're out." For 2 minutes. Long and LaFontaine for this face-off.
Notice Buffalo early when they had the power play getting good position in front of Hrudey, and the shots from the defense were getting through. We'll see if they continue to do that.
LaFontaine tried to tip it back, but it went to center. Galley. Watched by Bruce. Feeds it ahead to LaFontaine. The pass was in his skates. Now across ice to Burridge. Too far. McSorley's out in front of it. And Zitnik must cover up. They'll go all the way back and let Bruce go by. Shipnick sending it to LaFontaine. Slips in over the line. LaFontaine. Chucked away. Held in there by Galley to LaFontaine. Back to the point. Shipnick shot is knocked down. Burridge leaving it to LaFontaine. They jam at it in the circle. Tipped into the corner. Long. Cleared it off a stick and just out over the line. 1:15 to go in the Cowie penalty. Galley being chased around in his own end. Now swings it to Shipnick. He lost it. Galley hooks up. Galley starting away to center. Flings it up on the wing to Burridge. He gets taken out, but he runs over McSorley. However, the puck is sent back to center ice. Galley to LaFontaine. He lost his balance and went down, and players are going down everywhere without anybody touching them. Less than a minute to go in the penalty. And the crowd getting a little antsy. Shipnick fires it to LaFontaine, trying to get away at center, but it's broken up and shipped back through the neutral zone. Shipnick leaves it there to Galley. To Shipnick. He's being watched by Todd. Peels off him and comes away through center ice. Up on the wing to Plant. Off his skate into the corner. Plant tucked it in behind the net. McSorley around to the boards. Galley keeping it in. Fired it in the other direction to Plant. Plant slipped it back into the corner. LaFontaine looking in front of the net. After it again to May. May behind the net. Getting away from McSorley. May taken down. It came in front. And Curry chipped it down the ice. And May protests to the referee to no avail. Hyde works it up on the wing. Curry getting it back again. Curry got it in over the line. Here's a chance now for the Lynch. He tried to duck away. Broken up by Galley. The Kings return to full strength. Yamalan will work it out with a pass ahead to Plant. Plant to the LA line. Couldn't get it over to Pekka. And Plant took down his check, and now it's the Kings' turn to yell. 11.5 minutes remaining here in the second period. Look is steered up on the wing, came to the blue line, not out. Sabres holding it in. Tipped back into the corner again. Finn chipped it around behind the net. It's ripped off the glass. Off Wilson, comes to center ice. LA trying to get away again as Shewchuk stumbles in over the line. Rolls back into Los Angeles territory. Pekka and Finn hustle after it. They go to the boards together. It's squished free in the corner, and the Kings get a chance to bring it out and do by slapping it ahead. Passion went up there to leave it to Mooney. Mooney guides it around to the board. Tapped high in the air to Pekka. Pekka starts away, and now there's a penalty coming up here to Pearson, who's going to get it for roughing. LA leads 2-0 going on the power play.
The 96 Lumina from Chevrolet, with standard features like air, automatic, and dual airbags, plus a price that beats Taurus by over $2,000. It's clear that Lumina is an extremely good value, especially if the Taurus isn't exactly your type. Now, get low 4.8% financing on Lumina at your local Chevrolet Geo dealer.
Okay, boy. Now, just like I taught you, I want you to open the cooler, and I want you to get me an ice-cold Pepsi. Come on, boy. You can do it. Good boy, good boy. Maybe later we'll play Frisbee.
Hey, big boy. You got another one of those for me?
Oh.
You are je t'aime.
I love this dream.
The right decision insists on Karuba collision. Randy Burridge gave up a little bit of weight, a little bit of height. Well, more than a little bit, and he belted McSorley, but meanwhile, Pearson took an undisciplined penalty, and the Sabres are shorthanded.
And the last time they were shorthanded, the Kings scored. Yannick Perreault is 19th from Yakmanev and Slaney, and then 38 seconds later, Lacroix scored from Boucher and Suchuk.
Uni hustling into the corner, slipped it behind the net, but it's kept in there by the Kings. Yakmanev, he leaves it to Perreault. Perreault swings it back to Slaney to Perreault again. Perreault winds up, does not shoot. Now he does. Deflected wide around to McSorley. McSorley looking for Slaney and elects to send it to the corner instead. Tipped around to the board. Right in front, and Stevens couldn't connect. McSorley's got it again. Shovels it back in behind the net. Then around to the other side. Goes right to Perreault. Wheels it back to Slaney to McSorley. One-timer, and that one hit his teammate. Stevens went to the corner. Shipnick trying to fight it free. Can't deflected it off the leg out to center ice. McSorley rattles it back in again off Pekka. And right into a fan's hands about 7 rows up in the stands.
Now notice LA in the power play. They like to spread things out in the opposition's zone. And Kevin Stevens is one of the only guys who stands in front of the net then when the puck gets back to the point. Kevin Stevens hoping to regain his scoring touch here in Los Angeles, traded over from the Boston Bruins where he managed only 10 goals. A native of Brockton, Massachusetts. But in the early 90s, he had back-to-back 54 and 55 goal seasons.
Himalev trying to get free at center ice, get some help, got it to Plant. Plant bothered from behind, taking off the puck. Less than a minute to go in the Pearson penalty. LA recovering again, swung around on the boards. Boucher going to try and leg it out himself and does. Now he'll whip one in. Hasek holding it behind the net. Leaves it there to Galley. Galley's got lots of time. Harry Galley flips it by the linesman down the ice. Rudy comes out to play it. As Himalev is making movement in that direction. Howie sends it through center ice. Ahead it comes in over the line to LaRouche. He dumps it into Christmas with a shot. And Hasek's got that one and hangs on to it. Hey, relax! And then LaRouche and Huddy have a bit of a disagreement.
Another nice save by Dominic Hasek. Philippe Boucher playing the power play. I spoke to Philippe this morning. Of course, he began his career in Buffalo. Missed most of last season after wrist surgery. And he told me this morning, he said, my wrist still bothers me. And he said, I do not have confidence in my shot. And of course, that's one of his biggest assets, is shooting the puck from the point, although he did draw an assist on the second goal as he gunned one in from the right point.
Kings keeping it in on the face-off, still with the man advantage. Worked into Curry, trying to get in front. Huddy is there to break it up. Held in again. To the reach. Back to the point. Look out. There's another souvenir. Bucks have been leaving this ice service left and right
They
tonight.
sure have. Flying all over the place. Good play in that one by Dave Hannon as he keyed to Boucher and deflected the puck right to that guy. I said, here, honey, here's a Valentine's Day present, being I didn't get you one earlier.
Is that what he said?
Sure he did.
El Cheapo. 8 seconds remaining in the Sabre penalty now. Huddy slings it down the ice, and that'll do it. Fontaine and Dahl up there. May is ready to come back onto the ice as soon as Pearson gets to the bench, which he now does. May trying to fire it ahead, but ends up in behind the LA net. Boucher slings it around to the boards. Tomsky got it to the line, not out. Kept in by the Sabres again. Stuck back into May. May twisting and turning. And get it away from Long. Got it into left block. And in front. Here's Dahl. Back to May. Can't reach it. And the Kings will knock it away and bring it back out. Flip through center ice. The pass behind Long. Long tipped it ahead off Galley's stick. Here's Patomsky. May got a piece of him. Huddy drilled it off the glass to center ice to left Fontaine, but it jumped away from him. It was tapped back into the Buffalo end again. Huddy then gave it away and kept in there. Here's some shot by McSorley right on the rebound. Pushing the save. Taken away, and McSorley's got it again. Now Galley finally gets another chance and just drills this one down the ice. And this will be icing against Buffalo, and the Sabres are not playing well at all right now with 8 to go in the second period.
Well, hello everybody, and this is something we normally do.
Hey guys, what do they call this, Bud? Ice? Ice brewed. No, the bottle looks like ice. The bottle does look like ice. It's ice brewed, Jack. The bedhead? The bottle is Jack, and it looks like ice. Ice brewed, Jack. Jack, it's ice brewed.
Hey, you guys! Take it outside.
Okay, Coach.
Bud Ice, the official beer of the Hanson brothers.
Stupid machine took my quarter.
The Dodge Magnum Power Surge. It's your chance to save up to $670 on Ram, America's hottest pickup. The truck ranked most appealing pickup by J.D. Power & Associates. The truck that delivers higher resale than Ford, Chevy, or GMC. But to get Magnum Power and savings, you'll have to move like, well, you know. America's truck stop, the new Dodge.
Marty McSorley has had a couple of point-blank chances tonight. Here's another one. Hasek makes a save, and then watch Hasek put the left pad down on the ice and prevent Potomski from jamming the puck in the short side. And there go the Hanson brothers. Boy, they are absolutely everywhere here tonight. The only place they haven't been, well, they've been on the ice. That's right, in the intermission.
Here's Hittman coming away now. Finds Plant on the wing. Swings himself in over the line. Trying to jam it in front. Behind it into Barnaby. Curling in front. And that one deflects and goes into the air off LaRouche.
Into the air and out of play, as a matter of fact.
Now the faceoff coming up in the LA zone with 7:37 to go, and the Hanson brothers are up there congratulating a couple who just got engaged today on Valentine's Day.
Well, they may be engaged, but I bet you they don't invite those three guys to the wedding.
Would you? I don't think
Not
so.
a chance.
No, sir.
That's it, Marty.
But I should take it easy.
Into the corner to Burridge. He gets squeezed out. Tapped by Sador around to McSorley. Barnaby took a run at him. McSorley punched at him and got away with it. Now it's fed in over the line. Kept in by Elliott. Pushed out in front of the net again. Rolls right there. Here's Hasek finally covering up. The Mad Hatters want you, folks. You visit your local supermarket and look for the Mad Hatter display. Purchase 2 12 or 13-ounce bags or 1 39-ounce bag of 8 o'clock coffee. Bring the receipt to the Buffalo Sabres ticket office and get your hard hat and discounts on selected Sabres games.
There they be.
Boy, those hats look good, don't they?
Let me see.
With Curry now trying to keep it in and does by dribbling one into the corner. Kicked off towards Himmelett, failed to get it out. Now it finally is taken away at center to Wilson. Wilson got it in over the line, but recovered and kept in the other direction. Muni let his pass hit a skate at Curry. Recovered by Himmelett. Himmelett turning in the corner. Bucks away from a check and a feed it ahead. Curry got in front of him, picked it out of the air. Here's Pearson shoved from behind. Todd slapped it ahead. And the place as Wilson stepped into him. And now Mike Wilson to Pekka. Pekka trying to get away at center. He took a bump right at center ice from Todd and goes down. Kings recovering. Fired off the leg of Himmelett right onto Muni's stick. Muni slapped it in the other direction. Slaney brings it back again. Slaney brings it in over the line. He gets a return pass. Here's Slaney trying to jam it in the short side. Hasek's got that one. And man took a half in the goal crease and is not in the least bit happy about that turn of events.
Now this is just poor play tonight in this hockey game, though, by the Buffalo Sabres. That was a play that developed by a weak play by the Sabre defense inside their own blue line, resulted in a turnover, and then resulted in this save by Dominic Hasek. Watch Hasek as he holds his position and prevents the puck from going in the short side, and there comes the extra jab, and Craig Muni knocked down the LA King forward in the goal crease area. Hasek with 22 shots on goal, and the Sabres have managed only 12 against a horrible defensive club in Los Angeles, but they haven't been tonight.
Nope. Let me see. Back to the point. The long shot by Boucher is knocked down. And wait a minute. What do we got? We've got a penalty coming up right off the bat.
Well, it's going to Los Angeles as Kristich skates to the penalty box, and the Sabres will try to get something going on the power play. Dmitry Kristich, 2 minutes for interference as he set a pick in front of the Buffalo net and was caught. Watch right off the face-off. See the pick in the middle of the screen as Kristich picked up the Buffalo forechecker, and you can't do that. And so the Sabres send LaFontaine, Derek Plant, and Himmelett onto the ice. And Teddy Nolan was talking this morning about how happy he was with Derek Plant's play, and Plant has a 5-game point streak going tonight. When you have someone who's hot like that, you put him on the power play, and there he is playing left wing with LaFontaine and Himmelett. Plant has scored goals in 4 consecutive games.
Galley. Center sends it ahead. Plant in over the line. Tips it around behind the net. Lafontaine squeezes out his check. Himmelett gets in there as well. Himmelett up from behind. Plant keeping it in. Plant jammed by McSorley. Plant still kicking at it though, and it comes back to the point to Pekka. Pekka for Galley. Galley working it down low and off a stick. Plant taken out by McSorley. Fed back by LaFontaine to Galley. Over it comes to Pekka. Pekka swings it around behind the goal again. McSorley reaches for it. Jams it around to the boards. Held in by Galley. Galley then checked from behind. Held in by Plant this time. Into the corner to LaFontaine. Slips it around behind the net to Himmelett. Himmelett back for Pekka. Look, shot. And Rudy got enough of that one to guide it up into the crowd. 1:14 left in the Christich penalty.
Well, Mike Pekka, the last couple of games, did not play the point position, but he's back there tonight as the Sabres trying to get something going. And I'll bet if Buffalo were ahead by 2-0, Pekka probably wouldn't be playing the point, but Ted Nolan trying to create some offense from back there, so Pekka positions himself for with Gary Galley for this faceoff. 5:28 to go here in the opening period, 2-0 LA.
Daw swings it back to Pekka, jumped his stick. He'll have to go after it. Todd's right on him, leaving it to Daw. Daw, pull away from Curry and does. Here's Daw to the LA line. He gets checked. Pekka then gave it away. Back comes Todd in over the line, taken off the puck by Galley. A minute left in the penalty. Gary Galley says, "Settle down, guys, settle down." Brings it away to center. He'll rip it again. Scoots all the way into the corner again. They kick at it in there. Fired on the boards. Galley holding it in. Back to May. May shoots one right on. The rebound is hammered out to center ice. Only a half minute left in the power play. Pekka works it ahead. LaFontaine kicked at it. Here's Daw keeping it in. LaFontaine chopped away from him in front of the net to Pekka. Long shot. And that one goes off a stick and right out of play again. 23 seconds to go in the penalty.
Well, Jason Daw had a terrific game against the Leafs on Saturday night, scoring the tying goal. And beginning to gain more and more confidence. Daw with 14 goals and 31 points on the season. And when he's effective, he's using his speed to the outside, using his speed to get in on the defense. Kelly Rudy has had an easy time of it tonight. Only 15 shots on goal. And the Sabres are not playing desperate hockey here so far against Los Angeles like they did the last 3 games.
Huddy will smack one in this time. Rudy misses it. Kicked around on the boards. Kicked in by Plant. He wheels it across to Huddy. There's his shot. Rudy juggles that one, but hangs on.
I mentioned earlier Kelly Rudy in a dispute with Los Angeles management and coach Larry Robinson. Rudy was upset because Byron Defoe had taken over, at least momentarily, as a #1 goaltender. And Defoe went to the media. And there's Defoe, who's a backup tonight, and complained through the media. And Larry Robinson called him into his office, and he said, "Look," he said, "I agree with what you said." And I said, "I don't want anyone to be happy sitting in the stands, but," he said, "keep it in the dressing room. Don't go public with your problems."
Sabres holding it in now. Burridge tried to feed it. Barnaby couldn't get it in front. Wrapped around in the boards. Huddy in his skates. And it's knocked down by Perro and sent out over the blue line. Kings are back at full strength. Whipped up ahead. Lappmann in over the line. He spins around, cleared it in front. Plant steals it away. Plant's pass now. And a nice reception by Shipnick coming in over the line. Shipnick difficulty handling the puck. Moves it down low. He's still got it in the corner. Here's Shipnick. Sending it back to Plant. Tips it back into the other corner to Burridge. Burridge trying to work it in front. Burridge in behind the net. Burridge. Back it comes to Shipnick. A shot knocked down in front and killed by, or sent by the Kings to center ice. Shipnick after it again. He dishes it ahead. That's going to be waved it off. No. Be any exit. Savoy shoving in behind the net along with Hannon. Hughes gets in there. Round to Hughes again. Hughes back to Wilson. Gives it to Hughes. Took his shot. He backed it right on the rebound. Who's had it? Roy got taken out. They whack at it again. Hannon out in front. Oh, and it went between the 2 defensemen down the ice. Asher comes out to give it to Muni. Muni feeds it up on the wing to Wilson. He taps it to Ray. Ray steps away at center. He got squeezed out as he shot it in. Kings recovering again. Hannon taken out. Muni
Plumbers get one for Buffalo. I think it was Rob Ray who deflected this puck into the net by Rudy. Ray and Hughes in front of the net. And there's a deflection by Rob Ray as Rudy jumps up in the air but cannot stop the deflection.
They're looking at it.
They're looking at it. Now the rule states that you cannot lift your stick above the height of the crossbar. And I think that that goal will stand, I believe.
I think Brent Hughes' stick was above it, but he didn't touch the puck.
He didn't touch it. Now, if you lift your stick up above the crossbar and then bring it down and deflect the puck in from your waist, of course, that should be good. And I think that's what happened. I think Rob Ray's stick started perhaps too high, but by the time he deflected the puck, it was legal. Now, this is Hughes on the left and Rob Ray on the right, and both of them will go after this. In unison, up go the sticks. And Rob Ray, deflected it in, and that's a legal goal, and it counts.
It's 2-1 now. So the Sabres, after doggone near 2 periods, get on the board. Their 18th shot on goal in this game. The Kings have 22.
And Rob Ray has his second of the season.
Will leave it back there. Here's Wilson flipping one ahead. Bounced in over the line. Went behind LaFontaine. Left into Daw. Cut in front. LaFontaine was robbed by Rudy. Another shot comes off the boards. Daw holding it in as he covered up back in the point, but now the Kings come up with it. Sent out to center ice. Shewchuk starting away. Shewchuk, long pass. Shot off the goal post. They rolled it in the circle, and it's called on now by Hasek. Brother, was that close. 2-1 LA.
Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can show you today?
Just looking, thank you.
Of course, sir. Excellent choice, sir. Confidentially, our very big Hollywood star bought this very piece this morning. But it's just as effective on you, sir. Although perhaps just a smidgen long in the sleeves. Dimitri. Good afternoon, sir.
9X. More information, more solutions, more stuff.
What you're about to learn may excite you, because the fact is it will help increase performance. I'm talking about Gulf, 93-octane super unleaded gasoline. It's quality you won't find from every major brand. Gulf's Advent 21 formula keeps fuel injectors clean and helps your car run better than ever before. So switch. For the life of your car. You know the name. Go Gulf.
The outside speed of Jason Daw creates this scoring chance by Pat LaFontaine and a brilliant save by Rudy. Wow. And watch the goal post to the right of Hasek as Philip Boucher hits it dead on. Well, he said he doesn't have confidence in his shot. Well, he's shot a few pretty good ones tonight, and that one just failed to beat Hasek.
No matter with that baby. No. Tying up Stevens now, tipped around on the boards. Barnaby knocks it free and slips it up to Burridge at center. Burridge will roll one into the corner. Brandon Finn do some bumping. Went behind the net. Burridge is there first. Tried to jam it out in front. He got flattened. Recovered by Curry. He chops it to the other side. Here's Barnaby bumping in there with his check. Great jam on the ice as he ran into Finn. Burridge tried to come up with it in the corner. They kick away out along the boards. Both back into the corner. Platt's got a stick held by Finn, and Steve's got away with that one. Set to center ice. Boucher picks it up. Boucher checked by Barnaby. Knocked back in over the line. Set up on the wing, and Stevens just lets it slide to center. Then Bugner slaps it right back in again. Fed around to the boards. Kicked in there by Barnaby. Getting spun around in the corner, but he shakes his check and deals it back to Galley. Put it in the Burridge. Out in front. Oh, missed everybody. Went to center ice again. Bugner ripping it right back in again. Sabres changing. 1:25 left in the second. The long high pass goes rolling down the ice, and as Huddy touches it, it's coming back. This date in Sabres history is brought to you by Rosina Food Products. Treat your family to the finest. René Robert. Second night in a row that he tallied the hat trick on Valentine's Day in '77.
Well, I'll guarantee you that Gilbert Perreault and Richard Martin had a hand in those.
I would think so.
Those 3 goals.
I think the French Connection had something to be said about that. And, of course, we'll be honored here in this last year at Memorial Auditorium. And those banners, you can be sure, will be going to Marine Midland Arena as well. Pekka trying to knock it back to the point. Himalev just overskates the puck, and it comes to center ice. Flipped in by Bruce, wide of the net. Shipnick taking it away. Shipnick took a cross-check from Bruce, got it around the zone. Himalev got it to center. Pekka now to Pearson. Pearson in over the line. They're squeezed out, but carries on. Nice play around Sador. Down in front. Kings break it up and start back. Away to center ice comes Long. Long will tip one off into the corner. Huddy hustling in there after it. He took a bump on the boards, but Pekka knocks it free. Can't get it out, however. Came off a skate. Himalev moves after it. Chipped it out to center ice, right onto Pekka's stick. Pekka swings it in over the line to Pearson. Back for Pekka. Put it in front. Right behind Himalev. Himalev trying to keep it in there. Gets turned around. Whipped off the glove of Huddy out to center ice with 25 seconds remaining in the period. Huddy tapped it in the other direction. No icing. Teams are changing. And in behind the net, Sador coming up with it. Only 15 seconds to go in the period now. Sador would like to kill it off back there. Squeezes it ahead. McSorley had some difficulty. Finally got it to center. That missed everybody. There'll be no icing, however, as Wilson is back after it. Yes, there will. One linesman was waving off the icing. The other one called it. 6.5 seconds remaining in the period, and that won't make the Kings too happy.
Now, I talked to Mike Wilson this morning, and he was saying how much he was looking forward to playing against Wayne Gretzky. He's going to have to wait a while for that. The great one not playing tonight because of a reported hip injury. We understand that Wayne is at the game tonight, and he will hold a press conference after tonight's game. And the Kings here must win this faceoff with 6.5 seconds to go here in the second period. Sabres scoring. Rob Ray with his second from Craig Muni and Dave Hannon at 17:03. And LaFontaine will direct traffic for this draw. Plenty of time for Buffalo to set up a play and get a scoring chance.
Carroll on the draw. LaFontaine got it back to the point. Galley put it in front. And it's deflected to the corner as time runs out. And some shoving going on between Finn and May. And boy, those two have gone at it over the years, particularly when Steve Finn was in Quebec.
Well, after playing poorly for the first 12 or 14 minutes of the second period, Rob Ray gets Buffalo on the board. And will that momentum carry them into the third period?
2-1. LA now has the lead, but only by 1 as we go down to find Barry Butel.
Thank you, Rick. Coming up during the second period intermission, I'll be talking to Kings winger Yari Curry. Brian Blasian will have a Sabres NHL update from our Empire studios. And Rick and Jim will be back with their second period analysis. After 40 minutes of play at the On in downtown Buffalo, the LA Kings lead the Buffalo Sabres 2-1 on the Empire Sports Network.
First night out without the baby. Deb's more nervous than the first time we ever went out. I handled it back then, too.
Page time. So the babysitter can reach us.
I haven't lost my touch.
Here's a great gift for your Valentine. Page Time paging service for under $9 a month. Order now and get a brand new Motorola pager for only $49.95, plus 2 months of voicemail free. For this sweetheart of a deal, call Page Time at 800-870-2220.
What do pizza and pucks have in common? Buffalo loves them, and now you can get them both in one great deal. The Buffalo Sabres have teamed up with Pizza Hut and the Buffalo News to offer Pizza Hut Family Value Nights. You'll get dinner for 4, including a large stuffed crust pizza, pitcher of Pepsi, and a family order of breadsticks. Then add 4 Sabres hockey tickets and 2 souvenir pucks, all for just $59.95. A lot of family fun for less than $60. Get your order form in the Buffalo News, at your local Pizza Hut, or the Sabres box office today.
After 2 periods at the odd, the LA Kings lead the Buffalo Sabres 2-1. Yuri Curry of the LA Kings, 5 Stanley Cups, a recipient with the Edmonton Oilers. Thanks for joining us. First 38 seconds of this within this second period, you jump out to a 2-0 lead. The Sabres come back and have the lead. But on the road, it's been a tough battle for you all season.
No, of course. I mean, coming tonight, we've been struggling a lot on the road, and overall, especially defensively, we let 9 goals last night. That hurt us a lot. So tonight's game, we came more ready to play and play tight on our end and worry about our end first, and then worry about the scoring and after that. So we play much better this time right now.
Is that something that Larry stressed to you prior to this one, to kind of take care of your own end?
No, of course. Especially a building like this, which there's not too much room out there. So we try to keep it really simple. They are a hard-working team, so we try to punch back and work harder than they do, and even more, and that's what we do right now.
How tough has it been for the LA Kings without a premier defenseman like Rob Blake, and now Tony Granato is out for an extended amount of time? How tough is that, those 2 key players absent from your squad throughout the course of this season so far?
Well, losing to Blake all year, that definitely hurt us a lot, but give us the guys the chance to play, but there's no way you can replace a guy like him. So I know we can't worry about that. That's on the side right now. We have to worry about the guys who we are right now. But injuries been tough for us last few years. Seems that we get a lot of key players hurt. That's really unusual for see teams that the key players get hurt a lot.
You played with Gretzky in Edmonton, now Los Angeles. You guys are trying to put a string of wins together. Plus, you have the media hordes talking about these trade rumors. There seems to be a lot of distractions. How has your team handled it, and how has Wayne handled it all?
Well, as a team, I don't think we handled it pretty good. If you look at our record, but it's just too bad the things going on right now that it's really just getting bigger and bigger, and really no one knows what's really going on. So. We should handle better than that. There's no question about that. That shouldn't bother us that much. But, it's still in our mind, and every day talk, we face the media and ask those questions. So it's there all the time, and we just basically don't handle that very well right now. We had to put that thing on the side and put the on the ice.
Thanks so much, Yuri.
Thank you.
Yuri Curry, a 7-time NHL All-Star. His Kings lead the Buffalo Sabres 2-1 as you take a look at the Hanson brothers entertaining the fans here at the Odd on the Empire Sports Network.
We have a Buddy Burger, funny fries, and a large Pepsi. No, that's a Buddy Burger. What? Forget the burger. All I really want is a Pepsi. 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 Yeah. Thank you. Need to get the intercom fixed.
The biggest medical breakthrough of our time.
When injected, the brain experiences these new memory impulses as if they were its own.
Maybe the biggest scientific breakthrough of all time.
You created something incredible.
Now, join Dr. David Crane on a journey.
It was like a raw experience.
To a place he'll never forget.
Somebody help me!
Rated R. Starts Friday, February 23rd.
Hello, I'm Tom Kite, and I'd like to tell you about a magazine that takes you where the news is breaking. Golf World, the #1 news magazine in golf. Golf World brings you in-depth coverage of all major tournaments more than 40 times a year, weekly during peak season.
Get more than 40 news-breaking issues for just $23.77, 40% off the regular subscription price. Order now and get 10 swings from the tour free with your paid subscription. Call 800-626-3200. That's 800-626-3200.
Hi, everybody. Brian Blessing with the Sabres NHL update. Let's get you caught up to date with a pretty good hockey game tonight. The Panthers entertaining the Philadelphia Flyers, and we head south to Florida. Pick it up, 1-1, high score. Flyers on the power play. Peter Svoboda, cross ice to the other side. From the point, Desjardins shot, tipped in by John Leclerc, worth another look, and you see Leclerc goes to the net, gets a piece of it, and it beats Van Beesbrook for Leclerc. His 28th makes it 2-1. Panthers coming out of their own end, turn it over, and watch Anatoly Semenov breeze in a nifty backhand move. Puts Van Beesbrook down and out, makes it 3-1. Only Semenov's third goal of the year, but you look here, just a nifty little backhand move, slides it home. Flyers out shooting the Panthers 18-16. This one stands 3-1. Flyers on top of the Panthers heading towards the third period. Elsewhere, Boston has just scored another goal to go up 3-0. A goal a period for the Bruins. Zombo in the first, Tocchet in the second. Teddy Donato just scored his 15th of the year. And the Bruins on top of the Whalers 3-0. Buffalo 4 points behind Hartford, 3 points behind Boston. San Jose, Toronto tied at 2 after 2. Jeff Odgers gave the Sharks the lead with his 5th of the year, but Doug Gilmour's 20th has tied it up 2-2 heading to the third. And coming up in just a few minutes, Anaheim will be at Edmonton. Solani, a couple of goals and a couple of games as a Mighty Duck. Edmonton has won all 3 meetings between these two teams. Meanwhile, at the odd, a slow start for the Sabres. They fall behind 2-0, but Rob Ray's tip-in goal gets them back in the game. 2-1 after 2. Rick and Jim have all the highlights coming your way next on Empire.
Put 10 great deals together and you've got Ford's Great Percent event with 4.8 APR financing or cash back when you buy or choose a Ford red carpet lease. But these deals won't be around for long. So put together a deal of your own at your local Ford dealer today.
Welcome to Hockey 101. This is the puck. This is the net. This is the Zamboni. These are hits. These are saves. These are goals. And this, well, this is the ice. Bud Ice and Bud Ice Light, the official beer sponsors of the NHL.
Now you can get into tennis with no strings attached, because now when you subscribe to Tennis Magazine, we're going to give you the first issue of Tennis risk-free and send you a free carry-all bag.
When I pick up Tennis Magazine, I get excited that I'm going to learn something new that I can go out and apply on the court the very next day.
Subscribe for just $19.77 a year. Call now and get this carry-all bag and the first issue risk-free.
Order Tennis Magazine now. 800-351-5300.
Empire Sports Network and the Muscular Dystrophy Association would like to thank these fine sponsors for their support of Muscle Madness 96. Muscle Madness will be held February 24th and 25th at the Walden Galleria Mall. Call 626-0035 for more details.
Los Angeles Kings had a 2-0 lead. Rob Ray deflected in a shot from the point. That narrowed the gap, and that's the way we stand as we get ready for the third period here at the auditorium. Largely, in this hockey game, partner, I would say it's not exactly the type of game that we expected from the Sabres based on the way they played their last 3.
No, it isn't, and it's certainly not the type of game we expected from Los Angeles.
No.
They had let in 9 last night. But we want to illustrate an excellent play here from LA's point of view. And this, of course, Buffalo is killing a penalty on this play, and if we could get it rolling here. And Alex Zhitnik, who is going to intercept this play, makes a heck of a play here. But the problem is he doesn't clear the puck, and you're going to see the puck go around to this defenseman here. This is Dave Hannon. He's going to make sort of a weak play on that forward. And watch what happens after that. Now here the play is kept in at the zone as Hannon just turns away from the point man. And watch Alex Zhitnik right here. Gets caught up the ice a little too high as he anticipates the pass here. And this is Yannick Perreault. he's going to end up with a puck with all this area open. And the Kings set it up beautifully. Now watch what Perreault does as he comes to the front and stop it right there. He looks all the way to this guy on the right. And Dominik Hasek thinks it's coming this way too, leaves this post and opens up this part of the net, and that's all that Perreault needs as he makes a wonderful shot up underneath the crossbar to score a power play goal for LA.
Well, it's interesting to note, too, that when the Sabres put the Ray, Hughes, and Hannon line on the ice, I'm sure that Ted Nolan was thinking, boy, we got to get a little emotion in this game. We got to get them to spark things, get things going. And probably the last thing you thought they would get would be a goal.
Yeah, that's right, and they did, as Rob Ray scored his second goal of the season, got himself positioned in a perfect spot in front of the net, and made a nice deflection on a shot by Muni.
Well, it's 2-1 now at the end of the second period here at the auditorium in Buffalo. And we've got problems with a little bit of equipment, but things are going to be all straightened out by the time. Whoa, overhaul time, overhaul.
What are you afraid of? You've played to tougher audiences than this. 300 second graders? Ha! No problem. Cold feeder for hand puppets. Remember, you're a pro, Jimmy. Remember, you're a pro. 5 seconds, Jimmy. I can't do it. No.
9X. More information, more solutions, more stuff.
Can you name this TV show in one note?
If I don't tell you, it will kill you, won't it?
Yeah, it'll kill me.
2 notes.
You have to know. You must know.
I must know.
3 notes.
Well, I'm not telling you.
4 notes.
Jerry, I'm begging you, please. Please tell me.
Oh, come on.
All right, I'll tell you, but your begging needs a lot of work. Okay.
Tune into Seinfeld 6 times a week.
Seinfeld, weeknights and Sunday at 10 on Fox 29.
Walter, there's a spot over there. No, a park over there.
Preparing meals doesn't have to be a hassle. And neither does shopping. Like my cooking, shopping at Jubilee can be quick, easy, and value-packed. Jubilee is for working people who put in 8 to 10 hours a day and still have to go shopping and come home and prepare a meal. Let Jubilee take the hustle and bustle out of shopping. And hey, it might even be fun.
Walter, can't we get a little closer?
It's so good.
Sabres hockey is brought to you in part by Marine Midland Bank, banking for the real world. By the new Dodge. Come see your Team Dodge dealers. By Bud Ice, the official beer sponsor of the NHL. And by the Discover car. It pays to discover. Second period scoring summary brought to you by Kendall Motor Oil. Pour in the protection. All 3 goals in this game coming in that period as the Kings managed to get a couple to take the lead, and then Rob Ray narrowed the gap in the latter stages of the period.
And after 2 periods of play, our statistics look this way. Scoring chances still in favor of the Kings, 17-12. And the Kings scoring once on the power play.
We have mentioned, partner, that the Los Angeles Kings are, well, Wayne Gretzky actually is calling a press conference after the game tonight. He is going to address the media here in Buffalo, but he's not going to mention, hey, I've been traded to New York. That's not it at all. He's just going to field questions from the media. He knows there's a lot of controversy surrounding him and his hockey team, and he'd probably like to lay a few things to rest.
Yeah, Larry Robinson told me this morning, too. He said, boy, when I began this year, he said, I never expected this to happen. With a superstar like Wayne Gretzky, one of the greatest players the game has ever known, and all the rumors and everything that's happened, Larry did not expect that.
Sid Orr has the puck to begin this third period. His team up by 1. McSorley tapped it through center, broke it up at the line, but this will be an offside. The ruling Stevens was in there too early.
Charlie Huddy, of course, played with Wayne Gretzky in Edmonton for great Stanley Cup teams, of course. 5 cups with Edmonton. And I mentioned earlier, Charlie, we're told, was not going to dress tonight, so decision was made just before game time. Mark Ashley not playing.
Stolen by Barnaby, trying to go to his backhand, took the shot and fired it just wide. Down to the boards, it's sent back to center ice to Todd. That's knocked down, but Curry carries on. Curry rips it into Stevens, took his shot. Ashik knocked it away. Stevens got it out in front. Put back into the corner again. Kept in by the Kings to McSorley. McSorley whipping it in wide of the net. Stevens to Curry. One-timer, Ashik the save. Kings keep it in there. Todd turning around. Then he gave it away to Barnaby. Barnaby fights it out to center ice. Slap right back in again. LA making changes. Sabres to bring it away with Shipnick. Cruising away through the middle. Shipnick in over the LA line. Going around the outside. And there'll be a penalty coming up here. And the concern now is whether Shipnick's all right. I mean, Finn just ripped him off his feet and knocked him down. He's okay.
No question about that call. Shipnick with that great outside speed, and Steve Finn pulled him down to the ice. Watch Shipnick take it to the outside, and Finn just grabs the left shoulder and pulls Shipnick to the ice. And so Buffalo here early in the third with a chance to tie it on the power play. Steve Finn into his 11th season in the NHL. And Ted Nolan has set Brad May along with Himmelev and LaFontaine onto the ice. Pekka and Galley on the points.
Buffalo looking for its first power play marker of the game. Trying to tie it up. Ripped around to the boards by Galley and out to center ice. Bruce hustles after the puck, but taken away. And here's Pekka. Pekka swinging it over for Galley. Galley will gain center and rip one right back in. Himmelev trying to catch up with it, does in the corner, didn't see it. It's cleared, but not out. Pekka keeping it into LaFontaine. Back to Galley, over to Pekka. Pekka took his shot and went wide of the net. Tipped back into the corner. LaFontaine keeps it into May. May into the corner to Himmelev. Only fanned on it. And Long picks it up now for the Kings. He skates at the center as Pekka got a chunk of it. 1:20 left in the penalty. Galley starting away again. Up on the wing it comes to Pekka. He'll flip one in. Tipped into the corner. Left there to May. May spinning on the boards to Himmelev around to LaFontaine. Back to Himmelev. He lost control and the Kings come up with it once again. And it's brought away to center ice. Himmelev chasing after Todd. Ripped off the boards and right onto Pekka's stick. A minute left in the penalty. Ahead for Galley. Galley up across now to Plant in over the line. Plant spinning around. Plant leaves it to Pekka to Plant. Whips it across ice to Galley. Galley clears it into LaFontaine. Then it goes to LaFontaine again around to Plant. Out in front. Pekka winds up. Shot right on. Kept away. Kept in by Buffalo. Back to Galley. Galley to Pekka. He took a long shot. Off the leg into the corner. Plant to LaFontaine. Back for Plant again. Plant swings it back to the point to Pekka. Pekka. Then he's checked and it comes to center to Todd. Taken away by Pekka, but only 20 seconds left in the penalty. LA changing. Pekka bringing it right back again. Pekka to the LA line and over. Pekka works it down low as he bumps with McSorley. Takes into the corner, center around to the boards, and back down the ice. And that'll do it. The Kings will return to full strength as Shipnick goes back to pick it up. 3 minutes into the third period. And a face-off coming up here with LA leading 2-1.
By City of Buffalo ordinance, smoking anywhere this auditorium is prohibited.
The Dodge Magnum Power Surge. It's your chance to get up to $3,000 in savings and values on the Magnum Power Dakota Club cab. It's your chance to save on the truck that beats Ranger, S10, and Sonoma on resale, and a whole lot more. But to get Magnum Power and Magnum Savings, you'll have to move like, well, you know. America's Truck Stop, the new Dodge.
Paul, there's no spare. I don't believe it.
What? Great.
Yeah, I had to make room for my guitar.
Oh, really? Okay, I'm gonna go find a phone.
Well, I'll go with you.
What?
How are we gonna pay for this?
Hey, I've got money. I've got $4.
Look, guys, maybe this will help.
Oh, yes. Oh, I can't believe it. You had it the whole time, and you made me suffer like that.
Oh, man, you deserve it, though.
Now the sounds of the National Hockey League. The Sabres get caught for too many men on the ice.
And the Kings will keep it in. Worked by McSorley into the corner. Went back to the point now. And tapped over to Perro. Perro swings it in down low once again. LA holding it in. The 2-1 lead here in the third to Perro. Back it comes to Slaney. To Yannick Perro again. Top of the circle, a shot. And Hasek saw that one coming all the way, and that's all he asks. Let me see it.
And he asks for that frequently. As we hear him yelling, let me see, can't see, let me see. And he's always into the game. Hasek is talking and yelling at his defensemen and forwards. And of course, that's very valuable too when a goaltender can do that.
He sent around on the boards, but held in by Slaney, and now Shipney just guides it down the ice. Pekka will chase after McSorley. Round on the boards. Hannon trying to challenge on the play, but McSorley swings it to center and tips it in over the line to Lacroix. Back to McSorley. Takes a shot to Perro. Perro turning in the corner. Perro still got the puck. To McSorley. To Perro again. Perro to McSorley. Set up the screen. Deflected. Up wide of the net. Right shot at it again. Came right in the crease, and Hasek just swings it back underneath his glove and hangs onto it.
Now, Dominic Hasek has made a couple of saves on deflections tonight that have been things of beauty, and he just made another one as Lacroix attempted to deflect it in past Hasek but couldn't do it. Now watch it. Now the whole secret, see Hasek, he knows that the player's in front of him, knows that he has an opportunity to deflect the puck, and some goalies, many goalies, would overreact, would not have the patience, and would have taken themselves out of position and had a goal scored on it.
Howie holds it in. Leaves it there, spinning around. Yakmanev sends it down low to the corner. Kept in by the Kings. LaRouche to Yakmanev. To set up the screen, deflected. Yakmanev got it back again. 45 seconds remaining in the Buffalo penalty to Yakmanev. Back to the point. It comes. Howie shot off the goal post. Around on the other side. Smack that one off the point. Huddy jams it into the corner. Himmelman can't get it out. Howie keeping it in. Wheels it over to Yakmanev. Yakmanev sends it back into the corner again. Deflected off. Kristich back to Yakmanev. Yakmanev has Kristich open, gives it to him. Kristich fired it in front. Knocked down, rebound, wiped away in front of the net. They score! And Hasek's got that one. 18 seconds to go in the penalty.
Now the Kings with an interesting power play. Mentioned earlier, they like to spread out in the zone and hope for that one-timer or the perfect pass. And Hasek again sprawling to make yet another great save. But watch the post to the left of Hasek as Kristich is standing in front of him. Hasek hears the puck glance off the goalpost. And that's the second post the Kings have hit tonight. Boucher hit one back in the second period.
Hannon slapping away at the puck, trying to get it free. Does, but not out. Boucher keeping it in with a long shot. Sent away to Pekka. Pekka can't get it out. He'll escape. Put back into the corner again. Held in there by Bruce. Bruce gets checked. And he gets it right back again. Bruce shoves it back into the corner. Buffalo returns to full strength. Kings trying to force it in front of the net. Go around behind the net to Long. Long has some difficulty back there with Galley. Galley kicking out of the on the board. Has it tied up in his skates. Still shoved away. Carroll flies it free. There's Bukowski, a shot. And Hasek holds his ground and makes the save. And Hannon now doing some shoving with Barry Potomski. And that brings Hughes over into the mix.
Potomski from Windsor, Ontario, signed with LA as a free agent. 6'2", 215-pounder. And a faceout coming up to the left of Hasek. 14:37 to go here in the third, and the Kings with a 2-1 lead. Dave Hannon heads to the Buffalo dressing room.
See, Boston cooled off Hartford tonight, beating the Whalers in Hartford 3-0. The Whalers had come back from a phenomenally successful Western road trip, the best in their history. Long against LaFontaine on the faceoff. Kicked at it in the circle, still lying there. May can't catch up with it. LaFontaine swings it to Galley. Up for Daw at center ice. Daw flips one into the corner. Boucher hustles in there. He missed it. Kicked into May. May. And gets knocked down by Boucher. Fed around to the boards. Galley keeps it in. He ripped one in, and that one goes popping over the glass and out of play.
Now Brett May getting in quickly on the LA defenseman Philippe Boucher. And the Sabres almost coming up with that loose puck. And the Mad Hatters are at it again tonight here at the Odd. One guy there looks like a Hanson brother.
A fourth one?
Well, it could be.
Hey, these
in the wrong uniform, though.
I'll tell you what, the three that are out there tonight aren't going to cut him in on the action. Here's Galley keeping it in. Galley works it, took a shot, and Rudy steered it around to the boards. Bugner runs into his check. Covering up is Dawn. Bugner after it again, slides it to May. May, a long pass off Daw. He chases after it, tips it in over the line, but McSorley gets in front of him. Sidor guides it on the board. Kings get it out and whip it all the way back down the ice. No icing. Left there for Bugner. Bugner dumps it off into the corner, and May picks it up. Brad May stepping away by giving it to Galley. To May again. May left one around on the glass. Bugner chases it back into the corner. Sabres can't get it out, though. It's kept in, and Hasek has to make the save to Bugner. He feeds it ahead to May. He doesn't get it out. Kings keeping it into Todd. Took a shot. Rebound right in front. Little whack at it. Bugner chucked it off into the corner. Now poked on the boards. LaFontaine hit the referee. It's kept in there by LA. Stevens with a shot. Hasek makes the save and scoops it ahead to Daw. Daw starting away to center. Fighting off the check as he tips it in over the line. And heads to the bench. Both clubs changing. McSorley starts back. He sends it all the way onto Huddy's stick. Huddy uses the board. Sabres with Barnaby coming back. Barnaby through center ice, tips it ahead, but right onto Sidor's stick. Sidor flipping it up to center ice again. Suchak leaves it there. LaRouche carrying it across ice. Kings in over the line again. Bounces around behind the net. Kept in by LA. Out in front of shot. Hasek to save the rebound at the side of the net. Shipnick picks it up. Shipnick took a hit, but got it around the boards to Burns. He feeds it through center. That one will roll all the way to Rudy. And he's going to have to cover up as Clint was there looking for a loose puck. 2-1. LA has the lead on and fire. Let's go, Sabres!
It's a big game for the Sabres. The fans are ready. The ice is ready. And they're ready to drop the puck. Hey, Sabres fans, celebrate the hottest game in town with the coldest beer on ice.
What a save by Hasek!
Smooth, refreshing Bud Ice, the official beer of the NHL.
In the world of credit cards, the traffic is getting pretty heavy, and it's easy to get confused by all the complicated new card offers and restrictions. But people who know where they're going use one card, Discover Card, with the cashback bonus award, the Smart Rate program, and no annual fee. For a positive impact on your finances, use the Discover Card. It pays to discover, the card that pays you back. Use it where you see the Novus sign.
Boy, do the Mad Hatters want you. Visit your local supermarket. Look for the Mad Hatter display. Purchase a couple of bags of rolled gold pretzels and bring the receipt to the Buffalo Sabres ticket office. Get your hard hat and discounts on selected Sabres games. Shipnick is going to have to chase back after the puck. A little over 12 minutes to go in the third. Kings up by 1. Shipnick pulling away now. Hits the LA line. Breezes in over the line. Here's Shipnick working it down low. He got hacked by Finn, but he carries on. Shipnick getting in front. Deflected back to the blue line and out to center. And what a rush by Alexei Shipnick. Boucher whipping one through center off Wilson. Wilson shoveled it ahead. And it's picked up and fired back in over the line by Yarborough. Wilson on the wing. Himmelef letting it slip up ahead to Pekka. Pekka gains the LA line. Held in by Wilson, tapping it behind the net. Back into the corner. Pekka takes out his check, and it deflected to center ice. And it's going to be called now on the offside.
Mike Pekka has shown us some wonderful stick handling moves here tonight, and we're about to see another one. He likes to go down the right side of the ice. This time he's on the left wing. And watch the defenseman grab for air on this play. What a great move as Eric Lacroix, or I beg your pardon, that's Boucher, could not catch the shadow. And Pearson goes to the front of the net, but Rudy made a strong save for LA. So the Sabres, they've had in returns to the bench after having, I'm sure, his skate sharpened. The Sabres here in the third have managed only 2 shots on goal, and the Kings have 12.
Whipped in over the line to McSorley. Feathers a pass ahead. Here's Todd in over the line. Stevens racing after it in the corner. Watch with Beauty. One more. They jam in along the boards. Todd comes over to help out and take it away. Todd behind the net. LaFontaine staying on him. Bounces behind the goal. Right to Stevens again. Stevens cycling around now to Curry. Curry takes a peek. Curry watched by Wilson, but still has the puck. Knocked it in front of the net. Hasek shovels it ahead to Hughes. Hughes going straight down the wing. Fires one into the corner. Recovered by Sedor. Here comes Hughes. Lined them up and flattened them. Now Ray keeping it in there. Ray kicking at it along the boards. Tangles with Sedor. They boot at it. Flipped by Sedor to the other side. Held in by Bugner. His shot deflects back into the corner, and the Kings will clear it out to center ice. And Ray now mixing it up with Curry. Bugner will fire it right back in, and Curry and Ray are still going at it. Boy, is that an unlikely pair. McSorley at center ice. Ray takes a run at him and step right into him. Then wide of the Buffalo net. Bugner picks it off, but it's checked in the corner. Going after it again. Can't get it out. Kept in by the Kings. Long shot. And skips off the boards again. Burridge fires it to center ice. Slaney tapped it in the other direction. Galley works it ahead for Plant. Plant trying to get it to Barnaby too far. Cowie swings it up along the boards. Jammed to the blue line. To Long at center ice. Working it to Druce. Hasek is way out of the net. Wheel it around on the other side. Scoop free by Bugner. He heads for the bench. Slaney for LA up to Long. Long to Druce. Was tapping it in just past the halfway mark of the third period. Buffalo coming back with Shipnick. Shipnick roars away with a pass that goes off Burridge around behind the net to the corner. Penn missed it. Kept in by Clint to Isaac. They jam it back along the boards again. Burridge got away. Batted to Clint. Down to Burnaby. Over the shot. He fired a wide rebound. Rudy makes the save. Thrown in front again. Both back off the boards. Huddy keeping it in. Huddy works it to the corner to Grant. Grant looking beside the net. Another whack out right in front. And fast ball to Barnaby. He got smoked from behind. And Rudy hangs on to the puck.
Well, it was Steve Finn who smoked Matt Barnaby, and it was Steve Finn who missed the puck behind the net that would have been icing against Los Angeles.
And I think it's Steve Finn who's going to the penalty box.
And the Sabres, with these scoring chances that resulted because Finn failed to touch the puck for the icing.
Well, Finn kind of asked for that one. He took about 3 good whacks. Wanted to make sure that he got his money's worth.
He was upset. That's a very bad penalty to take at this stage of a game. I'm sure he was frustrated because he didn't touch the puck. And Larry Robinson very active behind the bench tonight for Los Angeles. Desperately trying to bring his club back into the playoff position. The Kings aren't that far out. Just 3 points out of 8th place, despite their terrible showing in recent games. The Kings also have been outscored 55-31 in their last 11 games, but you'd never know it tonight. One of our keys was for LA to play well in their own zone, and they have. Probably the best that they've played in some time.
They're trying to keep it in. McSorley, however, rings it around in the boards. Back to the point, and it's chucked down the ice by Curry. 9 minutes to go in the third period. Fontaine swings away. He steps to the LA line and over to May.
This is what you call scoring on the rush. A perfectly conceived rush by Buffalo that begins with LaFontaine making this pass in the neutral zone. And watch, he goes to the net. The Kings fail to pick him up, and LaFontaine scores to tie the game with 8:44 to go in regulation time. And so, the penalty to Steve Finn, the undisciplined penalty, costs LA the lead.
Well, Buffalo has come back from a 2-0 deficit. Boucher dribbles one through center ice, brought in over the line by Todd. He's looking forward, steered it away. Murray is there next. Boot it back into the corner. Todd taken out. Kings clear it out in front. It's intercepted and left there for Shipnick. He comes with Burridge and Plant. Shipnick wheeling and dealing. Here it comes to Barnaby. Oh, and he fired it over top of the net. Sent back to center ice. Muni comes up with it. Muni. Here's it in the other direction. Finn hacked it ahead. Todd scoots it to the line. Stevens furthers it. Shipnick going after it. Pulls it away from Curry. Shipnick now slides it through center. It ends up in the LA territory with 8 minutes to go, and they're in the third period. Curry starting back. Curry whips one in over the line. Cutting in on goal. They're trying to get it in front. But around behind the net. Recovered by Pekka. Pekka starting back for Buffalo. He gains center ice. He'll slip one in. Rudy taking that one away to Slaney. Slaney circles the net. Whipping it up at center ice. Dribbled in over the line to Yakman and Kristich after it. Here's Hasek to help it around to the boards. Kings holding it in. Lines around to an open corner. Galley hustling in there. But Galley can't get it out. Kings keeping it in. Hooked in behind the goal against him in front. Hasek knocked it away. Recovered by Hughes. He guns it around to Pekka on the other side. Pekka whacks at it. Doesn't get it out. After it again. Sends it to the blue line. Still not out. The Kings keeping it in. Hasek dumps it to the corner. It's sent off the boards. And this one skitters down the ice. And we'll come back icing with a little less than 7 minutes to go here in the third period. Buffalo surges back, and this game is tied at 2.
What is the driver control system on the Chevy Blazer? It's a lot of techno-speak about things like drop-link stabilizer bars that reduce body lean when cornering, and variable ratio power steering that help Blazer track straight even in the face of potholes. Urethane rear... well, you get the idea. It's all designed to put you in control under any condition. Granted, it's pretty complex, but that's probably why it's only available on a Chevy Blazer. And it's available only at your local Chevrolet Geo dealer.
Okay, look over here, guys.
Pretty sharp there, Ben.
There we go.
Here comes the bus.
Hurry.
Come on, hurry up. Okay. Okay, big boy.
Mom, maybe you better take care of Bear.
Well, the Sabres staging yet another comeback as Pat LaFontaine ties the score. Brad May and Pekka draw the assists on LaFontaine's 23rd of the season. 6:56 remaining in regulation time. We are tied at 2.
LaFontaine will be up there to take the draw against Rouge. Kings Kings keeping it in. Tipped into LaRouche in the corner. LaRouche across ice. LA shoot shot holding it in. Could have been front. LaFontaine knocked it away, but not out. Kings keeping it in. Flipped in front again. Huddy knocks it down to May. May whipped it off the boards and down the ice. And unless Daw gets there first, this will be icing. And Cowie beat Jason Daw to the punch.
Who was it? It was Raymond Bourque. That's who. 1980. 16 years ago, Ray Bourque, the NHL Rookie of the Year. Now the face-off back to the left of Dominic Hasek. 6:36 to go, and since that goal by LaFontaine, the last couple of shifts, the Kings have had the pressure on the Sabres. And Dominic Hasek again, another outstanding game of 34 shots on goal, 32 saves.
Kings keeping it in. Sador's shot way wide. Around to the boards. LaRouche poked it free and just gave it away. Zhidnik sending it ahead to center ice. Huddy overskates it, then recovers in time to put one into the corner. McSorley held in there to May. He and McSorley get the lumber up. It comes free to LaRouche. LaRouche whips it up on the wing. Here comes LA back again, but broken up, and now LaFontaine colliding at center ice with McSorley, and May comes after McSorley. LaFontaine is slow at getting up.
Well, Brad May came up, it just stuck his mitt into the face of McSorley. And Kerry Fraser, I believe, called a penalty on the play. It's Jason Daw going to the box, and the Kings will try in the power play. May trying to bait McSorley into taking a penalty, which sometimes happens with Marty, but not this time.
2 minutes for kneeing.
2 minutes for kneeing.
2 minutes for kneeing. The time 13.
And the Kings, who have had a dangerous power play going tonight, have an opportunity to take the lead. And so, LA, without Wayne Gretzky tonight, coming up with an outstanding hockey game here at the Odd. Don Lieber told me this morning, he said after last night, after being humiliated by Detroit, he expected Larry Robinson's club to come out and play well tonight, and they have. And I'm sure without Gretzky in the lineup, the other players for LA have really picked up.
Got it over the line by Slaney. He leaves it there to Todd. Intercepted by Pekka. Cannon trying to catch up. Pekka deals a shot right on. Rudy no difficulty. Now McSorley. He gets taken down by Hannon. Picked up by Curry, however. Curry hits the Buffalo line. Cannon in over the line. Picked into Slaney with a shot. Passing the save. Hannon recovers. Oh, he gave it away behind the net to Curry. Pulled back into the corner. Kings keeping it into Stevens. Stevens has it along the wall. Slipping it back into the corner again. Now here's Hannon. And he just sails it down the ice and heads off with his teammates. 1:15 left in the Buffalo penalty to Daw.
1:10. A minute 10.
Slaney wants to lug it this time. And the game center and does as he whacks one in. Hasek teeing it up behind net for Huddy. Screams it around to the boards. McSorley taken off the puck by Nemelak. Slaney to McSorley again. He tips it up ahead. There's Perro squeezing it in over the line. Zhidnik broke it up and he fired it to center ice. Nifty play. Slaney back after it. Slaney scoots it around to Boucher in the corner. Giving it there to Slaney. And John Slaney leads the rush. Steering it to Yakmanev. In over the line it comes. Went off a skate. Slaney had it taken away and it's steered down the ice by Pekka with a half minute left in the Sabre penalty. There's Boucher cruising around again. He fired it off Kristich leg and got it right back. Now to Kristich at center ice. Cross ice pass. Perro in over the line. Leaves it there to Yakmanev. Into the corner. Whipped around on the other side. Pekka knocks it free and got it out to center ice. Yakmanev going back after it again. The pass in over the line to Stevens. A backhand. That's taken away. Kept in by the Kings though. Kristich spinning. Kristich fires it in front of the net. Kelly can't get it. Buffalo back at full strength. And away goes May. May charging in over the line. May digging to the corner around Boucher. May behind the net. Spun out. Left it there. Daw chasing after it now. But the Kings pick it up and flip it down the ice. And Long is drilled by Daw. Icing coming up against LA. Sabres hockey on the Empire Sports Network.
And we're going to give away 2 more.
The Dodge Magnum Power Surge. It's your chance to save up to $670 on Ram, America's hottest pickup. The truck ranked most appealing pickup by J.D. Power & Associates. The truck that delivers higher resale than Ford, Chevy, or GMC. But to get Magnum Power and savings, you'll have to move like, well, you know. America's truck stop. The new Dodge.
Some of the people who benefit most from the Discover card don't even have one. Hi, I'm Scott Hamilton. Each year, the Discover Card youth programs recognize thousands of kids who are making a difference. In fact, Discover Card has already contributed over $16 million in support of this unique collection of programs. So as long as there are kids with dreams, we'll be here, helping them reach those dreams.
Introducing Players Grill and Bar Nights with the Buffalo Sabres. Get a ticket to the game, dinner, drinks, and transportation, all for one price. This is the number for more information, 832-1620.
No, that is not Wayne Gretzky. But he is here tonight somewhere.
Long bringing it to center now. Honey breaks it up, swings it to May. Cross ice pass. LaFontaine trying to catch up with the pass. Rudy got belted into the line by Long. And he took down Long. Fed around to the boards. Sabres holding it in. It's chipped free and knocked all the way down to Hasek. He'll give it to Wilson. Watched by Goose. Squeezes it into the corner. Dawn flipping it around behind the net. Huddy to May. May twisted on the boards, bumping with Long. May still has the puck, but Long is all over him. Still picking away at it, and May finally comes up with it. Then his pass went off the line, right back to Huddy, and that allows the Kings to change. Over to Wilson. Wilson will smack one in. 3 minutes left in the third period. Tied. And in the Buffalo Road right beside the net, and Rudy's got it pinned up against the post. And if folks are looking at the back of number 13 sweater and saying, why isn't he calling him Lang? Why isn't he calling him Lang? His name is Long. It is spelled L-A-N-G, but pronounced Long. Czechoslovakian boy.
Well, Kelly Rudy certainly has redeemed himself tonight after letting 9 in last night against Detroit.
Shipnick trying to keep it in. Takes it down low. Shipnick in the corner. Gets squeezed out behind the net. And the Kings will come up with it again. Kicking out of the line. Here's Shipchuk as he lost his stick. Here's Tim trying to come up with the puck. He gets grabbed by the ropes and glass card.
Alex Shipnick, who is a defenseman, is right in there doing the forechecking, and Matt Barnaby is going to come into the screen in a moment, had picked up Shipnick's point position like he ought to do. And Ted Nolan was, there's Matthew Barnaby, who did a good job. If that defenseman goes in and you're the high forward, it's your job to take his position. And Barnaby did it on that play.
Blanton LaRouche on this face-off, and the Kings will get it and knock it down the ice. Hasek must play it, however, to Zipnik. Works it around in the boards to Burridge. Burridge tipping it through center to Plant. Plant left it there, but it's broken up right on the blue line, and the Kings recover and clear it to center ice. Coming back, Lacroix, look out! That one goes popping up into the crowd. 2:12 left in regulation.
And Hasek with 35 saves tonight, just brilliant in goal for Buffalo. And the tension at this stage of a game begins to show in the eyes and faces of the players. And the Kings on a road trip. Of course, here in Buffalo, will head back to Los Angeles to play Saturday.
It's a very brief road trip. It's 2 games in 2 nights and right back to the left coast. Nestled in over the line, working it in. He's Todd. By Sissek, around behind the net. Pekka can't get it. Comes out in front. That's knocked away, and here comes Mike Pekka back out again. Pekka squeezing it in over the line to Hannon. Into Pekka. In front. Hughes couldn't control it. Hughes keeping it in. Behind the net. Pekka's got it again. Pekka out in front. Hughes another whack at it. Hughes keeping it in. Finally, Cowie fired it on the boards. Not out. couldn't hold this one. Shipnick with a minute and a half to go. Shipnick, who started to make a move and then heels off and goes back to center as his teammates are changing. Got it up ahead as far as center ice. It's hacked back in the other direction, but brought in by Hackett at Daw. Couldn't get his shot away. He dumped it into the corner as he gets roughed up in front of the net by Stevens. And they separate. Fired ahead to Curry. Curry's whips one into the Buffalo end. Dashing away with it. Got it around to the boards. Kristich keeping it in. Kristich after it again. Bounced in front. Taken away by Huddy to May with a minute to go in the third. May wants to carry it himself. Took a long shot. He fired it wide. Daw keeping it in there. Hooked it back into the corner. Into the blue line. Huddy keeps it in. Rolls it into LaFontaine. Hooked it to May. But it's called. It was hit with a high stick. And as a result, the faceoff will go outside the LA line.
Pat LaFontaine tying the score here in the third. Brad May picked up one assist, Mike Pekka the other. The faceoff now with 46.3 seconds outside the LA blue line. Have played an excellent road game here tonight. Their road record doesn't indicate much success, but this certainly must rank as one of the better ones. And of course, they would do anything to get a point here in Buffalo. All the distractions with Gretzky and all the rumors circulating. They've certainly put a good game together tonight so far.
Sidor squeezes one to center ice. Recovered back there by Huddy to Galley. Galley flipping it up through the middle again, but right on to Daryl Sidor's stick for McSorley. He had it taken away, but LaFontaine could not control it. Galley knocks it down, chips it in over the line. Sidor after it. Just helped it back to center ice. Huddy poked it back in the other direction to Daw. Daw shoots one, fired it wide. Round to the boards. Huddy holds it in. Tried to poke it in, but it bounced away, and the Kings come back with a dozen seconds to go. Ekman flipping one in. Hasek twisted one around behind the net. Kristich keeping it in. Recovered by Daw. Daw sends it to the other side, and we're going to OT. On a long pass by May up to LaFontaine, but time runs out.
Now the Buffalo Sabres down 2-0. Roar back to tie LA as we set the stage for the overtime period.
No scoring at all in the first period. The Kings got two, but then Buffalo came back with the last two, and that's why we're going to OT here on Empire.
At Citgo, our super premium gasoline will give you the high performance you demand. So prepare yourself to be totally blown away. Super premium performance. Citgo says go.
If you're having debt problems, we can help. We're Consumer Credit Counseling Service of Buffalo.
Your credit counseling program's the best thing that ever happened to us. You taught us how to budget. And next month, we're buying our first home.
Our counseling is free and confidential. We're here to help. Call 854-1710.
We are in overtime, and the Buffalo Sabres won their last overtime game, their only OT win of the season against the Boston Bruins on February the 7th. And one night after that, the Los Angeles Kings won in overtime as they defeated the Toronto Maple Leafs at Maple Leaf Gardens by 4-3 for their second overtime win of the season.
I don't know how this game is going to turn out, quite obviously, but the Sabres, for the sixth consecutive game, have scored two goals going into the overtime period. In other words, they've scored in the last 5 straight games. They scored 2 goals. They were 2 victories, a tie, and 2 losses in that span.
As we look at the statistics, the scoring chances, which are dominated by the Kings throughout the first 2 periods, got a little bit closer after the third. Even in face-offs and power plays, each have scored a goal.
Let's get
So Buffalo, they send Derek Platt to center with Burridge and Barnaby.
Todd on the draw for the Kings. Back from McSorley. It popped over his stick. And he'll feed it back through center ice. Cuddy tracking it down for Galley. Galley squeezing it ahead. Pass sort of skate of Curry's and goes right into the Buffalo bench.
Interesting to see how LA plays this. Of course, they are desperate for points, as are the Sabres. Will the Kings just try to hold on and get out of here with a 2-2 tie, or will they try to win this game? Well, they've got the veterans, Curry out there, along with Todd and Stevens up front. I'm sure Curry has scored his share of overtime goals. He's not going to lay back.
Sidor looks for an open man, tipped it through center ice, and rolls into the Buffalo end. Hustles in there, kicked it off the glass. McSorley keeping it in. He poked it in with a glove. Now it's taken away by the Kings. Oh, and I'll tell you what, LA's going to do some arguing about this. The reason the whistle went, the official rule is that it was gloved ahead, but I think it hit Gary Galley before the Kings picked it up.
I think it hit a skate right behind the net. And the face-off, much to the delight of Buffalo, is moved outside the line as Galley appears to have injured his leg. So 4.5 minutes to go in the overtime period. And LaFontaine comes on, along with Daw and Brad May.
Number 16 has the tying goal in this game. Yekpanev with Perro and Kristich for the Kings. Tip back to Zhitnik. Zhitnik trying to pull away. This is after it again. Flipped it ahead. Kings get back. Sidor's long pass. Recovered by Zhitnik. Cruising around behind his own net. Now Zhitnik sliding it to Huddy. Huddy up on the wing to Daw. Daw will zap one in. Tipped into the corner. LaFontaine leaves it there to May. There's May. Couldn't get a shot away, and it's taken away. Fired out to center ice. A long pass to Yekpanev. Zhitnik broke it up. Dribbled in over the Buffalo line, though. Huddy will just slide it out to the neutral area. Sidor knocking it down. Less than 4 minutes left on the clock. McSorley's long pass is deflected into the corner. Hasek well with it. Leads it around on the boards. Hughes will take out his check. Bruce keeping it in. Here's Zhitnik overstanding the clock. Getting some help. But the Kings keeping it in. Long feeds it in front. Deflected back to the blue line. And Daw forced it out over the line. LA recovering again. Whacked right back in again. Knocked down and chipped out by Pekka. Hughes can't get anywhere. Kings have to clear the zone. Huddy. He can't get it out. Bruce keeping it in. Bruce trying to fire it in front. Pekka broke it up. Didn't see it. Was in his skates. Bruce after it again. Pekka steps in front of him. Wilson guns it around on the boards to the blue line. Not out. Picked in by LA. Wilson to pick it off. Wilson squeezing it ahead. That one will slide out to center ice. And will be fired right back in again. Hasek moving it behind the net with less than 3 minutes to go. Up on the wing it comes. And a pass on the wing now goes to Hughes. Hughes in over the line. Sails it around behind the net. Hammond trying to catch up with it. Does. Kane kept on there. Now he's picked up. Back to Wilson. Wilson took his shot. Oh, kicked away by Rudy. Slaney fires it on the boards to the blue line. Muni can't keep it in. 2.5 minutes left. Here in OT. Muni whistles it all the way around to Burridge. Randy Burridge for Barnaby. Barnaby couldn't catch up with it, but did manage to tip it in over the line. McSorley comes up with it. Ripped it around on the other side. Platt kicked it free, but the Kings break it up and start back to Curry. Curry being watched by Zhitnik. Curry still got the puck. Stumps it down low. It's cleared out in front. Up high in the air. Held in by Sidor's long shot. Hasek. He has that one as Stevens was lurking.
Now, LA have answered the question. They're going for the win here in Buffalo. That was a terrific play, though, by Yuri Curry inside the line to set up that scoring opportunity that Hasek made the save on. I believe that's the first shot in the overtime period. A 36 shot for LA. It was Curry who made a neat play inside the line. Of course, a veteran play. He kept his composure, saw that he had room, and made a great pass to set up the shot from the point.
McSorley and Sidor will flip-flop on defense. And And Todd will take the face-off against Plant. Barnaby swings it back into Zipnick. Feeds it around to the other side. Burridge fell. Rolls out of the corner again. Stevens is there first. Jams it to Todd. Not free, but Curry keeps it in. Now the Sabres break it up, and it's taken away by Barnaby to center. Barnaby knocked down from behind. Sabres are yelling, and so are the crowd, but no penalty. Picked up by Plant. He flips one off into the corner. Sidor after it. Barnaby's right on him. Jammed in now to Burridge. Burridge, he gets squeezed out and knocked down by the counterpart 12, Todd. Taken away to center to Curry. 1:25 remaining. Bouncer. Hershey gets to handle that one and give it to Bubner. Bubner tipping it up on the wing. Ross's pass. Knocked down at center ice. Taken by LaFontaine. He can't get away. Slapped at it again, but it's fired in by the Kings. Drifted around in the boards. Harrell with a long shot. Hasek juggles that one, and now he's going to be forced to hang on to it with 1 minute and 3 seconds left on the clock.
Well, Dominic Hasek does not like to hold the puck for a face-off unless absolutely necessary. And it was necessary on that play as Yakmanev had gone to the front of the net and prevented Hasek from dropping the puck and keeping the play going. Hasek again turning in an outstanding performance. 36 saves, total of 38 shots.
29 have been directed by Buffalo at Kelly Ruby. Two goals. Bugner gets knocked down in the corner. Here's Galley kicking it free to Bugner. He squeezes it up to Daw. Daw steps away from one now to LaFontaine in over the line. LaFontaine flips at it, runs into Boucher. Kings can't get it out. LaFontaine down in front, but it's intercepted. 40 seconds to go. Kristich dealing one across ice, in over the line. Carroll knocks it in front of the net. Hasek uses the glass to send it back to center ice. Boucher coming up with it. He drilled it up ahead. That one slides into the corner. Carroll going after it with a shot. Hasek's back on and hangs on to it.
Well, Yannick Perreault is not shy about shooting the puck. Signed with Los Angeles as a free agent after being drafted by Toronto, and he's just gunning that puck at Dominic Hasek. Scored the opening goal of tonight's game on the power play. He had always scored well in the minor leagues. Last year with Phoenix, he had 51 goals. This year with LA, he is not disappointed, as here tonight, Perreault scored his 19th of the season.
23 seconds remaining as Burridge, Hannon, and LaFontaine will be the forward unit for Buffalo with Huddy and Zipnick. LaRouche to take a very important face-off for the Kings, just to the right of Hasek. And again, McSorley and Sidor switch. Go! Tip it in the circle and squeeze free to Zipnick with 20 seconds to go. Zipnick flips it up on the boards, but it got away from Burridge to center. Sidor sending it in the other direction. That's knocked down. Huddy has flicked it through the middle. Here's Sidor to rip one in. Tipped around behind the net. Suchuk getting there first. Knocked down. He gets it back again. Stuffs it into the corner, and this game ends in a 2-2 tie. As LaFontaine gets tangled up with his check in the corner, and they separate on their own.
Well, the Sabres, after not playing well for most of this hockey game, still managed to come up with 2 points here at the odd. And there are good points and bad points. It was a good one for LA and not so good for Buffalo.
But Buffalo was down 2-0 in this game and had to battle back in order to earn their point. They will have them with the Los Angeles Kings. Plenty more coming up in a moment on Empire.
Our first night out without the baby. Deb was more nervous than the first time we ever went out. I handled it back then, too.
Page time. So the babysitter can reach us.
I haven't lost my touch.
Here's a great gift for your Valentine. Page Time paging service for under $9 a month. Order now and get a brand new Motorola pager for only $49.95, plus 2 months of voicemail free. For this sweetheart of a deal, call Page Time at 800-870-2220.
The Wall Street Journal keeps you on the cutting edge with news and insights that can affect you personally and professionally. Subscribe now and have the Journal delivered to your home or office. Now, with your paid 10-week subscription, you'll also receive our gift of 2 weeks free. That's 12 weeks of the Journal for just 65 cents a day. Satisfaction guaranteed. Call now, 800-334-2900. That's 800-334-2900 for the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, I'm Mark Astley of the Buffalo Sabres. February is National Children's Dental Health Month, and I urge all of you that participate in contact sports to wear a mouth guard to protect your teeth, lips, and cheeks. Help keep that magic in your smile.
Tonight's winner of the Hills on the Road with the Sabres contest is Eric Barraclough. We'll be sending Mr. Barraclough 2 orange tickets and register him for the grand prize drawing. Here are your 3 stars brought to you by Best Dodge. You can't do any better than Best Dodge. The number 3 star, Kelly Rudy. The number 2 star, Dominic Hasek, 37 saves tonight. And the number 1 star, Pat LaFontaine, scoring his 23rd goal of the season. 39 saves the other night in Toronto, 37 saves again this evening. Dominic Hasek, you have certainly been tested here in some pretty low-scoring games.
I think we didn't have a good start at first period. We hit a couple of days off, but we came a little bit sleepy in the first and the beginning second. But later, in the second and third, we played well, so I think we deserve at least a tie.
I guess this team has shown some resiliency. Here, L.A. taking a shot, one of the many saves you came up with. They certainly are playing a desperate style of play, looking for a victory, especially on the road.
Yeah, they are in the same position, little couple of points. They need to make playoff, and they came without Wayne Gretzky, but so other players try to stand up, and I think they play pretty well defensively, and they had lots of shots, a couple of times I didn't see, but fortunately I made a save.
How much of an impact would it have been with Gretzky in there? I mean, I know you're aware of every player when they step on.
Gretzky, I think, he's maybe not a Wayne 5-6 years ago, but in the power play he's a great player, and I think the power play without Wayne, it's not so strong for I.
What about that pregame pep talk the Hanson brothers gave you? I mean, did that really inspire you guys to come back, rally for this tie?
Yeah, it was fun. They came in our locker room, and one of the brothers told me, like, keep talking, I wanna hear you.
Yeah, keep talking, keep making the saves. Dominic Hasek, the second star tonight, 2-2 with the L.A. Kings. Stay with us on the Empire Sports Network.
The odd may be quiet now, but at game time, the Mad Hatters turn Sabres hockey into something special.
Join the Mad Hatters. Visit a participating supermarket and look for the Mad Hatters display. Purchase 2 bags of Roll Gold pretzels, bring your receipt to the Sabres ticket office, and receive your Mad Hatters membership card, good for discounts on selected Sabres games and a Mad Hatters hard hat.
Hey, come out to support the Sabres, be a Mad Hatter!
This okay?
New York Lotto. Hey, you never know.
Hi everybody, Brian Blessing with the Sabres NHL update. Let's show you the highlights from the Florida Panthers game with the Philadelphia Flyers. This was a good one. Scott Millenby along the boards gets it out to Ed Jovanowski, and the big defenseman lumbers in, scores his 7th of the year. This was in the first period, tied the game at 1. Flyers would take the lead for good on a second period power play. Watch John LeClaire with the tip-in goal, his 28th. Flyers up 2-1. Turnover at center ice, and the Flyers turn defense into offense. Anatoly Semenov breezes in and beats John Van Beesbrook with the backhand. It was 3-1 heading to the third period. Now off a face-off, Mellenby wins it. Paul Laus with the floating shot, his second of the year, beat Hextall. And you know what happens when the Panthers score? The Rats fly down south. And the Panthers fans celebrating in their own special way as the Panthers were back in it. But watch Rod Brindamore. He goes down, gets back up. The puck comes back to him. He gets it to Eric Lindros. Buries number 37 of the year, makes it 4-2. That's the way it ends. Flyers get the win over the Florida Panthers. Boston, a 3-0 winner over Hartford. Zombo, Tocchet, and Donato with the goals for the Bruins. Ranford stopped 20 shots en route to the shutout. Boston moves a point ahead of Hartford, 4 points ahead of the Sabres. Toronto takes care of San Jose, final score of 4-3. Mike Gartner's second goal of the game, his 27th, made it 3-2 at 8:03 of the third period. Sundin made it 4-2 for Toronto. Odd added his second goal for the Sharks. Chris Tansel had 3 assists, but Toronto hangs on for the 4-3 win. Anaheim at Edmonton. This one is scoreless after 1. Hebert and Joseph are the goaltenders. Hebert has to have the hot hand. Oilers out shooting Anaheim 17-6 after 1 period of play. 2-2's your final from the Odd. The Sabres and the Kings knotted up. We'll send you back to the Odd to wrap things up in a moment.
What do pizza and pucks have in common? Buffalo loves them, and now you can get them both in one great deal. The Buffalo Sabres have teamed up with Pizza Hut and the Buffalo News to offer Pizza Hut Family Value Nights. You'll get dinner for 4, including a large stuffed crust pizza, pitcher of Pepsi, and a family order of breadsticks. Then add 4 Sabres hockey tickets and 2 souvenir pucks, all for just $59.95. A lot of family fun for less than $60. Get your order form in the Buffalo News, at your local Pizza Hut, or the Sabres box office today.
The Odd may be quiet now, but at game time, the Mad Hatters turn Sabres hockey into something special.
Join the Mad Hatters. Visit a participating supermarket and look for the Mad Hatters display. Purchase 2 12 or 13-ounce bags or 1 39-ounce bag of 8 o'clock coffee. Bring your receipt to the Sabres ticket office and receive discounts on selected Sabres games and the Mad Hatters hard hat.
Hey, come on to support the Sabres and be a Mad Hatter!
A 2-2 tie here at the auditorium as we take you now to find out about the coach's slant on things. Teddy Nolan.
Yeah, just imagine if we could score 3 goals, we'd have a great record. But, that was, we got a point out of it. We never gained any ground. We never lost any ground. So we will take the point, and we got to chip away come next game.
Ted, second game in a row where your team, number 1, had to overcome a 2-0 deficit, but yet they did it. Yeah,
that's, for whatever reason, the second period there, they got a couple of quick goals on us, and we weren't the sharpest we've been as of late over the last 3 or 4 hockey games. But those things are going to happen. But the bottom line is we did fight back, and we got a point.
Ted, Alexei Zhitnik seemed to play well against his former team, and he joined the rush a lot. With the lack of offense, scoring just 2 goals in each of your last 4 games, have you asked the defensemen to try to maybe pick and choose their spots and make some offensive contributions?
Well, a player like Zhitnik's got to do that for us occasionally, but he's just learning when to do it and when not to do it. And tonight he did play well. I thought Mike Pekka had one of his better games for us. Also, he was going both ends of the rink tonight. He was making some big hits for us, and unfortunately we just couldn't capitalize on some of our chances we had. They had some chances, and we had some chances early. Randy Burge was set up by Derek Plant perfect there. He just couldn't capitalize on it. And like I said, we have trouble scoring some goals once in a while.
Ted, when a team like Los Angeles is missing Gretzky, do you expect everybody to kind of step up and say we've got to fill the void?
Well, they had a couple things going for them. They got spanked pretty good last night in Detroit, and anytime a team goes through that, they usually pick it up next game, and then you throw on top of that Gretzky being on the lineup. Everybody had to chip in a little bit more, and they did play hard.
We get a whole concern in the third period when it was like 11-1 in shots. You figured LA's playing last night and might be a little tired. And they came out the first 6 minutes and 10-1 in shots at some one point.
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about that. I was thinking about how to get a goal for us, and I said it was a 10-1, 11-1 in shots, and it didn't seem like that. It just they were throwing everything at our net, and we have a great goaltending duel here, so teams are going to throw a lot of shots at us.
Ted, I know you want to get the win, but can you talk about getting the tie and at least salvaging a point out of this thing?
Well, you know, there's you always try to look for positive things, and tonight we never really lost any ground, or we never gained any ground on the final playoff spot. And a week or so ago, I believe we're 8-9 points back. Tonight we're still 4 points back, and that's our number one goal now, is try to chip away and try not to lose any ground, try to maintain and get the big win here and there.
Team seemed to be a little flat in big spurts tonight.
Yeah, they were flat. You know, start the game off, start the second period off, and for whatever reason we just couldn't get it going. Maybe the hype of the game, the hype of last 3 hockey games that we had, we just kind of maybe thought we were just going to go out there and make it happen. We're a type of hockey club that's got to go out and work.
The whole Gretzky thing, did that play into any of this game? Maybe a letdown, guys wanting Gretzky to play, or did that have anything to do with this game?
I don't really think so, but you know, sometimes subconsciously, when a team gets beat the way they did last night and missing their top player, maybe sometimes people think it's going to be an easy game, and in this game, there's nothing real easy about it.
So was Mark Ashley injured or just a scratch?
Just a scratch.
Any reason why'd you change from Putty out?
Well, you know, Charlie came from LA last year, and one of our big concerns with Huddy and Muni was, you know, back-to-back games. This time they both had, you know, 3-4 days off before last game, so I thought, you know, putting more experience in the lineup tonight would really help us, and like I said, it didn't really hurt us either.
Ted Nolan wrapping up his post-game press conference.
Well, the Buffalo Sabres have to battle back in this hockey game, end up earning a 2-2 tie. There is one thing I want to point out, partner. For one of the very few times this season, there were no fights in a Buffalo Sabres hockey game.
No fights at all. The Sabres still leading the NHL in penalty minutes. LA, one of the least penalized teams in the league, but it really was not a physical game at all. There were a couple of pretty good checks. Mike Pekka, I thought, who really played a pretty good game for the Sabres, leveled some good ones, but all in all, not a physical game.
Well, of course, you can say, well, the Sabres, it's not a good tie because it was on home ice, but on the other hand, you have to keep in mind that they were down by 2 goals. They had to come back to get to that 1 point.
Sure, and like Ted said, gee, it's a point. And this time of the year, you notice through the NHL, for the most part anyways, the scores are getting tighter and tighter, and there are fewer goals being scored, although LA led in 9 last night. But generally what happens is teams are scratching and clawing and trying to get every point that they can, and the games really tighten up. And tonight, give LA some credit. They really played well.
And we also have to keep in sight of the fact that the Sabres have now gone 4 without a loss.
Yes, they have. And also, you go back over the last 13 games, and their goals against is just a shade over 2, and that's pretty outstanding. And a tribute, certainly, you begin with Dominik Hasek, but also great, I think, play in their own zone. But the problem that keeps plaguing him, and Ted Nolan said, I was just looking around trying to figure out how I could score another goal here when the game was 2-1, and that has been a problem that has plagued Sabres all year.
Well, that's at least 6 straight games, and I can only count back the 6, but at least 6 straight games that the Sabres have only managed to get to 2 goals.
Sure, and just think of all the extra pressure, of course, on a goaltender going into a game, and he knows his club probably won't score 3, certainly won't score 4, and every shot, I mean, is life and death almost, because you know, you're just trying to keep your club in there. But the Sabre goaltending has certainly given them those types of performances.
And as per usual, after all our home games, live from the Odd, let's throw you downstairs now to Jennifer Smith and Bob Kuczynski.
Well, thanks a lot, Rick. You know, we've got an outstanding show tonight. 3 of my favorite all-time guys are going to be here tonight. The Hanson brothers. Slapshot is definitely on my top 3 movies of all time list. What about you? You like that movie, Bob?
Slapshot at the time was one of the funniest movies I ever saw.
What do you mean at the time? It's
well, that
timeless.
was 20 years ago.
You're showing your age. It's funny every time you see it. I mean, I just saw it for the first time yesterday.
It's a very funny movie.
No, it is, and it's great that they're going to stick around, come on the show, and have some fun with you.
The Hanson brothers and Bob Kuczynski. This is a matchup, and to think that Valentine's Day brought it together.
Valentine's Day.
It's karma.
Yeah. What'd you get me
Today is
for?
Valentine's Day.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that later. Also tonight, Mayor Mattiello is going to be joining us.
Big Tony.
Today, a big announcement made about college basketball in the brand new Marine Midland Arena. And Bob, I know that you've got a strong opinion on that. It's really great for this community, isn't it?
It's very big. The Big Four, UB, St. Bonaventure, Canisius, and Niagara. That news conference will be shown again, by the way, tonight at 11:30 on Empire. So Tony's going to talk about that and what it means bringing these teams together in the brand new Marine Midland Arena. Now, also, Rob Ray will be on. Of course, we know Rob Ray from On the Ice here with the Sabres, but he'll be here to talk about the Special Olympics, which is coming to Buffalo, the statewide competition, February 23rd. Rob's a big part of that, and he'll be pitching that tonight when he comes on the show.
Well, you know, not too long ago, Rob Ray, a lot of the other Buffalo Sabres, and the French Connection really lent a helping hand to the Special Olympics, and they shot a really, really great poster to help out Special Olympics, and Rob and I have talked in depth about his involvement in that program, and what's really nice about the Special Olympics is I think it really exemplifies what sports is really supposed to be about. It's a great event, and I know that you're involved in it as well.
We'll be doing the opening ceremonies. I get a chance to MC that, so I'm excited about that.
What event in Buffalo happens that you don't MC?
Oh, there's one or two, but we're working on those. Hey, also, Milt Northrup from the Buffalo News, writer extraordinaire, will be here to break down the game for us, talk about this 2-2 tie against
No,
the
I
Kings.
thought, wait, I thought the Hanson brothers were going to break down the game.
The Hanson brothers are going to break down the set.
Oh, okay.
Milt's going to break down the game. And Scott Pearson, who played in tonight's game, will be here to talk about the game itself and also about what it felt like to be out there playing against the Gretzky-less LA Kings.
That's right. A lot of rumors about Wayne Gretzky today, and hopefully those will be cleared up very soon in the near future.
Hopefully very soon. Now, right now, we're going to go back upstairs to Rick Jenneret.
And let me tell you that the LA Kings might have been Gretzky-less tonight, but we are not. And as a matter of fact, Wayne Gretzky is preparing to host a news conference here in the auditorium to maybe try and put some rumors to rest. I don't know exactly what he is going to say, but we are going to go to him very, very shortly. And now let's go down and join Wayne Gretzky's news conference.
Rick, we are live right outside the LA Kings dressing room. There is a ton of reporters here, and we have been forced back. We'll try.
Wayne, why don't you keep in the room so we all can see it?
Well, we're obviously having a little difficulty getting some audio from that press conference. The eye seems to reach a little farther than the microphone does. I look now and see the Sabres coming in, partner, after this game tonight with a 4-game unbeaten string on the line. And despite the fact that does include a couple of ties, all of a sudden Buffalo has now got that playoff spot within sight. You know, it's right there. Right. They can see it again.
And that's all they want to do. As Ted Nolan said in the press conference, we just want to keep chopping away at it, picking away, hopefully win a couple of big games here and there. And, you know, again, with the Sabres' defensive play, with the goaltending they have, I know that they're going to be in this race right to the end.
It's funny though when you look at the standings and the out-of-town games, and I know that the players will, not necessarily during the game, I don't mean that, but I'm sure that after the game tonight they're going to be discussing this in the dressing room, and the coaches will be discussing what happened in Hartford tonight. Boston beat the Hartford Whalers 3-0. Who do you cheer for?
That's right.
Because you can't. You got to get both of those teams if you're going to get into a playoff spot. And we'll take you back downstairs now and rejoin Barry Butel.
Oh, here.
Stand by what I said, and I've never one time been in an office and asking for any certain player or sound my
I didn't mean
style.
specifics there, just going public with what you wanted to stay in LA. You regret
Not at all.
making that.
I think when you lose your competitive spirit to want to win and compete, then something's wrong. So I don't regret that now.
Wayne, the Rangers would be a place that
I haven't thought about the Rangers. I got to be honest. I'm hearing the rumors like you guys are hearing, and I'm reading what you guys are reading. It's kind of interesting to see what's going on, but other than that, I know about as much as you guys know.
Wayne, would you prefer the Rangers?
You know, right now I haven't even thought about the Rangers. I haven't thought about anybody else. My priority is this hockey club right now, and that's what I'm paid to do, and that's what my focus has to be.
Wayne, has anybody in the Kings organization said to you that we'd still like to work this out and we want you to stay, or are you in the mode that you're just waiting to see something happen?
Right now there's no talks going on.
Okay.
Wayne, has Mike Barnett been given permission to talk with any other team? Would you think that would be a requirement, a prerequisite?
Well, I don't think it's a requirement, but I think it would be pretty wise.
Did you spend the day in Buffalo today?
Oh yeah. I came here yesterday. I was doing treatment today with the trainers, and I've been here all day. Treatment during the game. I've been here. I had dinner with my dad, so it's been a pretty nice day with my dad.
Does the way this has played out affect your position on whether you want to come back to LA?
No, not at all. I mean, let me say this: the LA Kings have been great to me and my family, and you know, they've been first class to me for 8 years, and you know, Larry's been first class to me, and the coaches and my teammates. No, it's just a situation because of who I am, and I guess the publicity sometimes that I bring in, and situation that I'm in, that it's probably a little more magnified, the fact that I'm a free agent, and that's the situation we're in. And there's nothing more or less to that. That's just the fact of the business side of this game, and that's the reality of the game. So, first of all, I mean, the Kings have been my whole life the last 8 years. It's, you know, I've given my heart and soul to try to sell hockey in LA, and you know, it's been great. They have a job to do though, and I understand that. So no, they've been great to me.
Wayne, no matter where you end up, this will be your final time in this building. Any memories about this place? Obviously, one of your greatest.
Obviously, I always remember '77. That was a big night for me. It's close to home. I grew up watching the Sabres, and you know, Danny Gare, and he moved to Edmonton. I got a chance to live with him, so won a cup there with him. So, yeah, I love this arena.
So if you're still king at the end of the season, what are you going to do?
I don't know. We'll see what happens at the end of the year.
Wayne, if you're
traded,
Wayne,
if you're traded without an agreement to a new team, do you go? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a hockey player, and I'll play anywhere I'm traded to. I love to play, and the game is my life. That's what it's all about, playing hockey. So yeah, that's not a problem.
Wayne, how frustrated are you about this situation? How do you deal with this situation day in and day out, the trade room?
Oh, this has been hard. I have to be honest about it. It's been different for me, and obviously a little bit stressful, and obviously it takes its toll not only on me, but close friends around me and my teammates. So it's been difficult for everyone, but it's been difficult for the Kings too. I mean, it's not easy for any of us, so it's a tough time for everyone involved.
Thank you, sir.
Wayne, where do you you've made statements recently. Do you think that the NHL is finally catching up to the NBA a little bit? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, you think our game's on an upswing, and I think that the commissioner's office has done a great job of selling our sport. Guys like Lindros and Messier and Brett Hull, and I just think it's a wonderful game, and I think that American people who didn't really know hockey, I'm talking about the South and maybe the California areas, now realize it's a great sport, and they're coming out and supporting our game, and I just think it's going to get bigger every year.
Do you try, I mean, obviously you have been a credit to this as far as exposing the sport. I mean, how do you, can you elaborate on that as far as your part?
I think everybody has a part. Nobody's bigger than the game. I'm one individual, and the game's so big, and I just think now we're starting to, people are aware of our sport now, and I think that our leaders, the superstars, the guys like I said, Messier and the Lindros, are good people. They understand they have to sell the game, and they do a nice job doing it.
At some point, do you say, get this over with?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you just said it?
I just said it.
You've been criticized in some circles that this is not what hockey should be all about, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, the rules have changed. Free agency looms in the future. How do you feel about what the decisions you've made?
I don't back down any decisions I made. I think that the one thing I've done throughout my whole career is stand up for the game. I think I've been, if anything, maybe selfish to my family and friends, that I've been so unselfish at selling the game. And I don't take back anything I've said. I think I've done everything I can to help sell the game, and I don't regret anything I've said or done.
Should be ready for next week?
I'm not sure. A couple days, we'll see what happens. Tomorrow I'll get some more therapy, and hopefully I can skate Friday.
Having just said it to me, am I?
Maybe the most relieved person in the auditorium tonight would have been Pat LaFontaine, because finally somebody else got asked about trade rumors instead of Patty.
Well, and as Wayne said, gee, I don't know any more than you guys know. He just, He just sort of sloughed that off. But I guess really the point is, and he did mention this too, he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of this year. He's 35. I think he's about to turn 30. No, he's about to turn 35 years old. So that means he can sign with anyone, and the Los Angeles would not receive anyone in return. So that obviously is a major concern.
Yeah, and I don't think they would want to be put in that position. The Buffalo Sabres come from behind tonight. They were down by 2, came roaring back to tie it up, and that's the way it ends here at the Odd. The Sabres' next start will be coming up on Friday night. The New Jersey Devils provide the opposition here at the Odd. We'll have all the action for you. This is Rick Jenneret for Jim Lorenz and Barry Butel. A pleasant good night from the auditorium in Buffalo.
It's the Monster Truck video everyone's been waiting for!
It's the all-new Monster Truck Bloopers and Motor Mayhem.
And it's gonna blow you away!
First, see all the hottest trucks.
Bigfoot,
Gravedigger,
Snakebite,
Taurus, and more.
Jumping, smashing, crashing, flipping, and flying through mountains of metal.
Then get ready for more explosive action as the mud racing maniacs pour on the speed.
And the thundering titans of pulling pour on the power!
It's action so hot, you'll feel the heat, smell the smoke, and taste the flames.
It's one of the most unbelievable collections of Monster Truck Super Bloopers and Motor Mayhem you'll see anywhere!
This is the one Monster Truck video you just gotta have.
Order now and you'll get a second video, Monster Truck Bloopers, absolutely free. So call 1-800-990-1717 to get this 2-tape set for just $19.98 plus shipping. Or send check or money order to Monster Truck Videos, P.O. Box 339-D, Verona, New Jersey 07044. Call 1-800-990-1717 now. 1-800-990-1717.
That's Fan Forum, Monday nights 5:30, right here on the Empire Sports Network. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a special Valentine's Valentine's edition of Live from the Odd. I'm Bob Kuczynski.
And I'm Jennifer Smith. Welcome. Sabres picking up a point tonight.
Yeah, they were unbeaten in their last 4 games, picked up 6 out of a possible 8 points.
That's right, and we had a little excitement here with the great one downstairs.
Exclusive live interview. Wayne Gretzky addressing
Well, it wasn't
the rumors.
exactly an interview, Bob. It was more like a press conference
Cluster
with about 200
interview.
of our close personal friends. But interesting hearing Wayne talk about the trade rumors, and I think he's just as interested as the rest of us to see what his fate will be. And a lot of talk today about Wayne Gretzky going to the New York Rangers.
And I think one thing our viewers had a chance to hear, and that is the fact that Wayne grew up not far from Buffalo. So he grew up watching the Buffalo Sabres. He mentioned Danny Gare. This building has been a special building to him, and he stayed around. He answered some questions for the Buffalo media, and I'm sure it'll be the big story tomorrow.
It's going to be curious to see how this whole Gretzky thing unfolds. But onward and upward to tonight's show. It is Valentine's Day.
Yes, it is.
What'd you get me?
I got you, well, it's a special, actually what I got Jennifer is something, a special surprise, because Jennifer, it was a little humid here Sunday for the carnival, a little damp. We have some video to show. Jennifer had a chance to, well, you're all wet, actually, as we take a look at this. Let's take a look at this, guys.
Is like
this is at the Sabres
what are you
Carnival.
doing in here, Bob?
Sabres Carnival, we're going to take a look at an interview with Brad May, and somebody, I guess, must have hit the dunk tank handle right there. Who's that? Tim Milligan. And there you go. And Jen, you are all wet. And that's what I gave you for Valentine's Day. And that is some video that I will cherish for all time. Hey, great show tonight. Who is on
Thank you,
the
Bob,
show?
for putting that on television.
You notice the laughs you got.
Yeah, let's talk about the show tonight. The Hanson brothers are here.
The Hanson brothers are here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The Hanson brothers. The Hanson brothers.
Which is outstanding. I'm glad the Hanson brothers dropped by tonight. You know, they were here at the game. They're here tonight. My favorite movie. 3 of my favorite guys in the whole world, and I don't even get to talk to them. You do.
Well,
it's such a guy thing.
They asked us to talk to me. So.
Yeah, well, that's what I heard. They requested you or they weren't coming.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Also joining us tonight will be the mayor of Buffalo.
Big Tony.
Yep. Talk a little college basketball. Big college basketball announcement today. College basketball in the Marine Midland Arena. And he'll also talk about his days playing here in the Odd, as the mayor is actually going to be appearing in our Legends of the Odd segment.
Tony Masiello, a legend of the Odd.
All right.
How about that? Also on tonight's show, Milt Northrup of the Buffalo News will break down the game for us, and Scott Pearson will come out to talk about tonight's game, the 2-2 tie with the LA Kings.
That's right, and we'll show you a special feature about some of the Buffalo Sabres helping out in Special Olympics, along with the French Connection, the Winter Special Olympics right around the corner. You're a part of it, I'm a part of it. We're going to have a great show tonight, wrap things up, and we'll be back in just a minute with the Hanson brothers.
The Hansons coming up next.
At Citgo, our super premium gasoline will give you the high performance you demand. So prepare yourself to be totally blown away. Super premium performance. Citgo says go.
Put 10 great deals together and you've got Ford's Great Percent event with 4.8 APR financing or cash back when you buy or choose a Ford red carpet lease. Thunderbird. But these deals won't be around for long. So put together a deal of your own at your local Ford dealer today.
FM. What's your frequency, Canada? 1. Oh. 1. The Planet.
What do pizza and pucks have in common? Buffalo loves them. And now you can get them both in one great deal. The Buffalo Sabres have teamed up with the Buffalo News and Pizza Hut to offer Buffalo News Pizza Hut Family Value Nights. You'll get dinner for 4, including a large stuffed crust pizza, pitcher of Pepsi, and a family order of breadsticks. Then add 4 Sabres hockey tickets and 2 souvenir pucks, all for just $59.95. A lot of family fun for less than $60. Get your order form in the Buffalo News, at your local Pizza Hut, or the Sabres box office today.
Check us out. What you gonna do tonight? Check us out. It's a
on into your busy life. Gonna have the time of your life. Head down to the lanes for a party tonight at your nearby Convo Recreation Center. Check us out. Bring a date or a dozen friends. We got the shoes, bowling balls, and pins. Check us out. Get away every now and then. With a deal like this, everybody wins at your nearby Convo Recreation Center. Check us out.
World-class soccer with the Premier League from Italy.
It's a goal for Panama. 20 minutes gone.
The Italian soccer highlights.
Welcome back, live from the On. Big crowd on hand because we have the Hanson brothers. Jack, Steve, and Jeff. Hi, Mom. Guys, I'll tell you what, certainly a highlight of my career. Guys, you're in town.
Mom, we're not finished saying hi to our mom.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi, Mom.
You know,
I can't believe we got to sit here with you instead of having Jennifer do this interview.
There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that.
Why?
Now, Jennifer is dateless for Valentine's Day. And we wanted to kind of pick one of you guys to be her escort after the show. It would have been rude for her to be on with us while we did that.
love hockey checks.
Yeah.
Yes, we love hockey checks. And so Jennifer goes out with all three of us.
All three of you.
She has to.
Are you all eligible bachelors?
Absolutely. It's called a hat trick.
That's what it's called.
That's right.
So what brings you guys to Buffalo other than the appearance here at the game?
We're here to bring old-time hockey back to Buffalo, like Eddie Shore. Dick Clapper. Old-time hockey. We were in the locker room beforehand. Coach Nolan brought us in. We sat down, had a motivational speech. Steve got up there. Jeff and I kind of did the finer points. And then you saw we gave Rob Roy the foil. He goes out, what's he do? Scores a goal.
How about that?
How about that?
Now let me ask you, did you guys bring the race cars on the trip?
Yeah, we're on the road.
You're on the road to the hotel?
We're a little disappointed, though. They don't show Speed Racer here.
No. I don't think.
Can you do something about that, Bob?
Can we try to get on cable? We'll try to get
Empire Sports has Speed Racer.
We might bring Speed Racer back. Guys, your career has been resurrected. I mean, for 20 years, you guys disappeared.
Are you allowed to swear on the air?
Did I swear?
Call us names. Call us names. Call us names. Call us names. Call us names.
How about that?
Pop them. Stick them.
Now, guys, let's try to relax.
You're probably drinking root beer. He's got some of that stinking root beer in there.
Guys, let's not get out of hand with this interview because...
He has food between his teeth. Does he?
I do.
I do. It's like an anchovy. You got it. All right, Bob, go ahead.
You guys are back on the road. You're big stars again. You were on during the Super Bowl. I mean, what do you attribute this return to stardom to?
Well, we just never left.
I feel... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Dad.
You never left the scene?
Never left the scene. You know, we've been all over the country, still seeing our fans. And the nice thing about it is we've been able to bring our cars along. And, you know, Steve lost his quarter in a stupid machine again. He doesn't know that it's 50 cents. Stupid machine took my quarter again. Keeps putting one quarter in instead of two.
Hey, quiet! We're trying to listen to the song!
These guys know all the lines from the movie.
A bunch of retards out there.
I feel a little out of place doing this with you guys. I don't feel like I'm one of the guys. Can I
get him on?
Yeah, there one of the guys here?
Yeah, there he is.
How about that?
No, wait a minute.
Do I got it right?
These guys live with you, don't they?
No, they don't. They don't follow me on the road.
They go to the same padded room you do after the game, don't they?
What's next for the Hands?
Well, we're doing Rochester tomorrow. Going to Rochester, you know, get the young kids pumped up.
Any more movie deals in the works?
We got a movie going on right now.
Really?
Yeah, we got a lot of people working on putting a deal together.
That's Slapshot too.
Talk to Paul. You know,
Paul Newman.
You know, Paul's a nice guy. Great guy. We all care. You know, he never won an Oscar till after he did the movie Slapshot. We carried him for 3 months. Taught him everything he knew about the acting world. But got a little problem with Paul. Something that most people out there don't know about. He's a bit of a thief.
What did he steal?
Tell him, Steve.
Well, over at our apartment, bring Paul over, have a great meal set up. Jeff makes a beautiful salad. Yep. I make the spaghetti. Sit back after we have a nice supper, pop a bowl of popcorn, pop a couple Bud Ice. What's Newman do?
Sold the recipes.
Yeah!
Believe that?
I don't believe that. Can I take this off now?
No, you're actually much better with it on.
Am I really?
Yeah,
Guys, we're out of time.
Jennifer's
What do you mean we're out of time?
You're all
It's
three.
not here.
I'm
We're
sorry.
not done. Keep asking the questions.
They're telling me in my ear I got to wrap it up. I got a minute to go. Oh, I'm sorry. Which one of you guys is going to leave with Jennifer tonight now?
All three of us. Jennifer's got the lucky, fortunate pleasure of going out with all three of us.
Jen, why don't you
come on,
out
Jen,
here
come on in here. Sit right here.
Maybe she can sit on your lap or something.
What in here, dear? And it is real.
It is real.
You're darn right.
Jeff,
I'm
you know
drinking
what's
Bud
so
Ice.
nice? This is the way to go, Bob.
That's right.
With the real hair.
Jeff's the one you picked out of the three?
Well, I kind of like all of them.
Have you had your... Hey,
I think they're quite charming.
has Bob given you your Valentine's Day hug yet today?
No.
No, Bob hasn't given me anything today.
Well, I think we need to give you a nice hug.
You're hooked.
Give her a hug.
I'm hooked!
You're hooked. Yeah.
Dr. Hook!
Now, you got a wireless mic. You could give her...
I can do it.
Oh.
It's battery. I'm like the ever bunny.
Bob, this is a great Valentine's present. Oh. I love real hockey, guys.
Hubba. We love hockey, Jen.
Well, where do we go from here? I think that's the
I
question.
don't know. I think you do the show by yourself.
Are you going to leave with that?
I'm going to go hang with these, because you guys are really good at
You know, hey guys, do you think Jennifer can get any sexier looking than she is already? I think
There we go.
There we go.
Oh,
We got
Hey, that's going to do it.
X and that.
You want to give Jennifer...
Whoa.